Very straightforward answer. Only if you like him, yeah. Only if you like him. He is definitely worth it though. Like the math on him, like his math, his numbers are good enough for 2025 endgame. Hey, what's up, Kat? How's it going, man? Yeah, his numbers are definitely good enough for 2025 endgame. Um, and one nice thing about him is that he doesn't need like hyper investment just to make him good. Like and not just that too. Like his teams, like his good teams, don't take away like most of his good teams don't take away from like it don't take away like really valuable supports from other teams that also really need those valuable supports. And the gap between his number one best team and his number two and number three best team, like his best team, the gap between his best teams and his not so good teams is not so big. Like his not so good teams are also still pretty good. Answer to your questions, he is worth it in all contexts. Oh yeah, that's right. You have a thing for Kinich. Okay. As a Kinich owner, the nature of having one team archetype makes him kind of either super good or just to use. Hmm. I guess so. Yeah, right. Like because he's sort of really the only character that you can use in a burning team. Like, and it's not even that burning is good because of him. It's just that he is good because of burning, and it's a very artificial way to make him good, right? Because like Hoyo could have made it so that his kit said he gains X amount of damage when his skill hits an enemy that is under that has the quicken status. You know, right? Like they could have done that, but no. What they said was like burning. Yeah, but like really, he's really the only like actually good character that you can use in quote unquote a burning team, and he's not bad. So, uh, yeah, makes him kind of super good. Yeah, yeah, right. Or to use because like at some point you're gonna get tired of a burning team, or burning is just not gonna be so good. Like burning is just gonna feel awful to fight against like a very specific like enemy lineup, and then you're just gonna be like, this sucks. I don't want to use this. Kanish is barely a year old. His biggest issue is that he wants Mawika like everyone else. Well, at the very least, though, at the very least, like the gap between Kinich's best team and not his best team isn't as big as some of the other characters, like Mawika, for example. Right? You have Sitlali, you have Zilonen. Great. C0 R0 Mawika, like 800k million damage, no problem, right? But like C0R0 Mawika, oh you don't have Sitlali? Well, okay, that's okay. You can still do like 50% of that damage. Right? It's still pretty good. Yeah, it is, yes. But 50, like the gap is just so big. It just feels so unsatisfying. Seeing all your friends, seeing all these people online doing like easily doing these large numbers and easily clearing through content just because they had the right all the pieces that makes this character like that makes this character's best team. And just so happens that the gap between this character's best team and his second best team is just that big. Like sucks to be you, I guess. I find him clunky. It's a no for me. I do find him clunky. Yeah, that's the one thing that I don't like about him is like when there's literally when you know there's exactly one and like no more enemies, just exactly one and no more. It's okay, cool, pretty fun, right? Pretty fun that while you're actually like playing like the game, you know, Genshin, you're also playing this like mini game, like looking for that little like triangle in his AO, like right in his around the enemy. Like you're playing this little mini game while you're playing the game. It's all right. It adds dimension to his gameplay. But when you're up against like two or more enemies, it's really clunky. It's really clunky. Also, we might never see Emily again, so his bestie is likely dead. That does bring up a good point. Yeah, like Emily is one of his best supports. Very niche character. So very, very unlikely to get reruns often. So she might be one of those characters. Like she might be the next Shunha. Like yeah, easily. She might be the next Eula. She might be the next Shunha. Again, thankfully the gap between Kinich's best team and his non-best teams isn't so big. So like it's not that he needs Emily to be good. He's still pretty good even without Emily. But it does kind of suck that it's gonna take a while for you to like if you really like Kinich and like cool you got Kinich, but Emily had a rerun 6 months ago. Well, sucks to be you. It's gonna be another like 18 months before Emily reruns again. If you want to have access to Kinich's best team. Nah, that is one thing. Yeah, that is one thing. But at the same time, that is also one of the positive things about Kinich is because his best supports are supports that almost none of the other good teams really care about. So it's really like it's you hardly yeah, you'll almost never be put into the spot where you're like, "Oh, I want Bennett here, but I also want Bennett on this team." So which side do I put Bennett on, right? Like you're almost never gonna be in that situation. What's up, Magic? How's it going, man? Is Emily rumored to get a rerun next patch? I don't think I've heard of Emily's. Yeah, I haven't heard Emily's name getting thrown around in the rumors for a rerun. I think it would be nice, right? Especially because like Kinich just is literally rerunning in what like 1 or 2 days from now. And for those who ever go for their Kinich, and also want access to his best team, that would be a nice thing, right? That would be a good thing for them. But I don't think I've heard Emily's name get thrown around in the rumors. A lot of bosses you straight up can't apply burning. Oh right, yeah, right. Because like the tulpa, for example, right? The hydro tulpa. I reckon there are even some weekly boss use them against because it's like yeah, you just can't put burning on them. Can you put burning on the lava statue? I think you can. Um, bosses, man. Okay, yeah, right. That is true. That is true. Like ideally, you want to put him in up against like bosses, right? Because like single target. But there are bosses that you just can't put any sort of like status effect on, aka burning, aka the one thing that you need to make Kinich good. The other half is if you don't do Moika Night Soul, what happened for him? Like Bennett Shangling doesn't do that. Fire Traveler Overworld C6 is good replacement. I keep hearing about that, but I don't know. I don't know about that. Like how what can someone please explain to me why almost everyone says that like C6 Pyro Traveler is a good alternative for Mawika? Like how is Pyro Traveler an alternative to Mawika? I mean, I highly doubt it's for the damage. I highly doubt it's for the damage. I say yes, Kinich is worth it, but because he is arguably the best Dendro DPS, granted. There's not that many, but still, it's good. No, that is true. That is true. Yeah. Kinich is, yeah, probably if not the best, then at least like he's tied with Al Haytham for best Dendro DPS. Yeah. I think currently though, Al Haytham doesn't really have many good supports. Yeah, like what support can you even give Al Haytham? Right? Like I think right now Kinich just has way better supports than Al Haytham does. So I think now I don't know the math on this. Um, oh, I'm good too, Magic. Thanks for asking, man. I don't know the math on this, but like I reckon Kinich probably out DPS's Al Haytham in hyper carry teams. Uh, Mainly because Kinich actually has pretty good supports. Nahida, but yeah, like that's not really because like he's Nahida's making Al Haytham stronger. Well, I guess she is like burst, right? Like Nahida's burst, I guess. But like it's not really like Kinich, for example. You put Bennett in with Kinich, like Kinich gets so much damage. You put Shangling in there. Okay, never mind Shangling. You put Mawika in there. He gets a lot of damage from Mawika's like buff thing. You put Emily in there. I don't know. I don't I don't remember what Emily's kit does. I don't know if she even has like any sort of buff thing. Right. Whereas like Al Haytham, okay, you give him an Electro character and he'll do spread. And then you make sure that someone on the team has Deepwood to reduce Dendro res. And then okay, yeah, what, right? Like you can also put Deepwood in your team with Kinich. Like okay, same thing, right? But yeah. Although I think yeah, I think Kinich might out DPS Al Haytham in just a straight up like hyper carry teams. Mostly mainly because like Al Haytham doesn't really have any like direct supports. Like he doesn't have like a Kujou Sara is to Raiden Shogun, or Goro is to Ito, or Farazan is to Zhao, or any like Animo DPS. Hey, what's up, Farina Mac? How's it going, man? Kinich is arguably one of the best characters to go against the Natlan specific enemies, along with Chaska. That is. When you say Natlan specific enemies, are you talking about the like the abyssal enemies, the ones with the abyssal shields? If yes, then yeah, I agree. I mean, it's not even like because it's Kinich. I mean, yes, it's because it's Kinich and Kinich is a Natlan character, but it's like mainly because of burning. Kinich can't use Nahida. Really? Is there? Huh? What? Why? Um, Ain't making Kinich damage stronger either. Just does her own damage. Emily doesn't just boost burning damage. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know Emily's kit. Best role in Kinich team is reducing the damage Kinich takes, and her own damage. She doesn't buff Kinich either. Okay, well, she's a very niche character that I had zero interest in, like from the very beginning. So I wouldn't even know anything about her kit at all. There's my freeze team. Yeah. Sorry, Farina. Oh god, oh god. Okay, wow, that was really close. Uh-oh, I think, oh, yep. We're good, we're good. We hit the queen. If we could just find the king. Is Geo better than Animo? Man, that's a... What a question. You know, there... The thing that I love about this cutscene is also the thing I hate about it. Because like every time this cutscene plays, I want to see just that quick like 1 or 2 seconds when like the king, like in phase 2, the king and the queen, like the queen's like staff like magics or like phases into reality, and like while the king is like walking with his broadsword over his shoulder. It just looks so cool, and I want to see it over and over and over again. Like the problem is like I don't care about all of this. I just want that the last 1 or 2 seconds. Which means it's kind of annoying because I don't want to skip it because I just want to see that last 1 or 2 seconds. Farina Mac, that is a very simple question with a very complicated answer. As of right now, Animo is definitely better by far. And so it's largely because of Viridescent Venerare, which is an artifact set. But at the same time, also because of the characters, the Animo characters kits. But at the same time, the Animo characters kits were also mainly designed like that, I think, because of the existence of Viridescent Venerare. And Animo's thing has been like crowd control, and Gio's thing has just been like, at some point it was like shields, and then at some point it was like structures, Geo constructs, like Zhongli's pillar, Ningguang's jade screen, right? Like Geo travelers, like boulders. And at some point, well, Navia came in and it was like, well, I'm Geo, but like I don't like your Geo. I got my own Geo. It just came in and like made like, oh, well, Geo is like crystallized in like bling bling, right? You know, like bling bling because like all the different element colors and crystallized colors. Zolan's carrying the hard carrying the Geo roster. Zilonen, like it's yes, Zilonen's Geo, but I never like whenever I think of like I'm trying to put a team together, and I think of like, oh, Zilonen would be a good fit for like my last slot here, or like would be a good support for this character or whatever. It's not because she's Geo, like that's like the fact that she's Geo is almost never in my mind. Yeah, no, it's because of her kit, but technically yes, you can say like Zilonen is like the best, like one of the best Geo characters right now. Does everything Kazuha does plus Geo Red Shred. Yeah, like Geo Red Shred though, like she does definitely have that. Like if you ever want to put a Geo team together, then yeah, Zilonen is definitely. I don't know about hard carrying, like we don't really have that many Geo. Like good Geo teams in the game. Like there's really only the Ito team. But I guess like because Zilonen exists, like Noelle DPS is like, well, okay, obviously like, there was also Farina that helped a lot, like helped Noelle DPSs a lot. But then like Zilonen came along and like really pushed it to like, okay, it's not just it depends anymore. Right? I mean, like technically, yeah, it is still it depends if you have Farina and Zilonen. But as long as you have those two, then like yeah, sure, you can actually make Noelle a good DPS. Yeah, like Geo is just not in a great spot. Like Geo just doesn't like Geo's thing, like its quote unquote identity, just is like has been just all over the place, and whatever its identities have never like except for the shielding. Like at some point, shielding was just awesome, but that I don't think that was because like Geo, it was just because of Zhongli. Zhongli's shield was just so good, and like if Zhongli had been Hydro, then like we would have been like, wow, Hydro's so broken. Right? We wouldn't have been like, oh, like we wouldn't have been like oh, Geo's so broken, like shield's so strong, yeah, great. No, it's mainly because of just Zhongli's kit. VV is locked to one element at a time. Yep, that's true. Also can't shred resistance by himself without VV. Yeah. He does have the buff, obviously, but like no res shred. And like Zelonen's kit is like the other way around, right? Like where her res shred is in her kit, and the damage buff is her artifact set, right? And like so, Zelonen doesn't have the damage buff without the artifact set, whereas Kazuha does have the damage buff, but he doesn't have the res shred. So like it's they're sort of like opposites in that regard. Oh god. Farina just ate one right away. Uh-oh. Ow. Here's the queen. Okay, I guess I didn't need that last Farina burst. I just Farina bursted just because I thought that the king was gonna revive before I could kill the queen. Oops. Zelonen. Unfortunately, Zelonen just isn't my type, but yes, that is... You are not wrong. She does have those. What's up, Ryan? How's it going, man? Are you going live tomorrow for Ayato and the rest of the... No. Wait, tomorrow? Oh, wait. No, it's Wednesday. Oh, yeah. I guess for a lot of you, it's quote-unquote tomorrow, the banner switch. Like, if you're... Yeah. I guess that is tomorrow. Like, for me, it's not tomorrow, though. For me, the banner switch is on Wednesday. Mainly because I'm in Asia, but I'm on the NA server. How are you, by the way? I'm good, man. I'm good. Thanks for asking. Pretty happy. I finally streamed on Monday evening, by the way. Like, I'm really proud of myself for actually finally streaming on Monday evening. Again. Haven't streamed on a Monday evening in quite a while. The last time I did was like super late. I also went in with the wrong team, by the way. Monday evenings used to be like the one and only day every week guaranteed that I would stream. But then life happened and, well, you know, things change. Oddly enough, an exception for me. I typically hate these kinds of designs, but I can't tell why Zelonen just so happened to be an exception. Is it possible that it has to do with her characterization? Like, you know, like her character, you know, like her personality in the game. Do you think it's because of that? Because because she's so chill? I'm a little sick, but yeah, still going to school. Oh, dude, I'm sorry to hear that, man. I hope you feel better. Well, Bennett is definitely going to die if I don't switch. No. Yep, good, we're good. I'm on the wrong side of this guy. Darn it. Come on. There we go. That was not a vape. Cooldown burst. Here we go. Oh, come on. Just love this boss. Don't you just love this boss? It's great, right? It's like, yeah. It's always in range, right? Like, it's always in a place where you can hit it. It's not teleporting all over the place all the time. It's great. I really like her enhanced normal attacks, and yeah, her chill guy personality. Oddly enough, her hairstyle. Really? Well, I think I gotta agree with the hairstyle. Like, it's like she tried, like she tried to make it look nice, but then she was like, good enough. Right? It's not like hang on. What characters look like they try extra hard on their hairstyle? Ayaka. Oh, sorry. Never mind. I think Spartan's in chat. Never mind. No. I take that back. Fontaine, yes. Are you going live? I didn't hear. I think I'm deaf or something. No, I'm not streaming tomorrow. There's nothing for me to do on the stream. Well, okay, never mind. That's a lie, actually. That's wrong. That's not true. I actually still do have a ton of stuff to do. I still have to find Oculus, my Pyroculus, from the 5.4 region. Like, not even 5. Like, there was no new region 5.5, right? Wait, was it 5.5? The last new region? I think it was. No, I don't know. I don't remember anymore. Yeah, the last new region in Natlan. I haven't explored that at all. Like, obviously, I've done the big world quest. I've done the Archon quest there, but I haven't looked for the Oculus there. I haven't like done exploration there to max it out. And having to rotation craft for her to work. Having to rotation craft for her to work. Oh, okay. I mean, isn't that sort of like a thing with Kazuha too? It is like a lot more annoying with Kazuha, like, especially when you want to min-max so hard, like making sure like that you swirl, like you do like a double swirl. Oops, didn't get a second E in there to get my energy back, but that's fine. Like, especially back in the day. Yeah, back in the day with like sucrose double swirling with like swirling hydro with Xingqiu. It's like sucrose normal attack, and then like using Goba to swirl pyro. Man, those were the days, like, where you had to like nickel and dime like every little possible thing that you could do in the game just to get a max damage. Not just team flexibility, but also flexibility in your playstyle with her. She is rather flexible, yeah. Like the fact that you like, ideally you wanna crystallize the element that the patch element that does the most amount of damage in your team. But it's not completely necessary. Like with Kazuha, you still get the res shred. Right? You just don't get the Cinder City like damage percent buff. But with Kazuha, you don't swirl the element that you wanted, the patch element you wanted to swirl. Then you don't get the red shred and the damage percent bonus. It's just yeah, and it lasts a little bit longer. Playing Sucro. Okay, you didn't even like fully type out her name. That you are setting yourself up for somebody to make fun of you, man. Let's see, 3.5 hours do I need to condense? 8, 7:30. But Ayato is coming. I will say that when I get you. What? I will say what I get when you go live again. Okay, sure. Hmm. Do I use it? Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna use it. Shoot. Okay, hang on. Can I use it now? How much resin do I have? Oh, okay. I can use it now. $24 hours. Okay, that's fine. Oh, right. Oh, yeah. No, I'll do it later. I haven't gone to Catherine yet. I have a question, by the way. How... Like, what is this guy's deal? Like, what is his thing? I have no idea. Hang on. Plunging attacks, crit damage. Okay. So when he does, like, his shield thing, like, ideally you want to do a plunge attack or, like, a heavy attack against that guy. Plunging attack hits an opponent, crit damage. Plunging attack. What is this guy's, what are this guy's, resistances? What is it called? Furnace Shell, Mountain Weasel. Resistance, okay. 50% pyro res. Hey, what's up, Mighty? I haven't seen you in a while, man. How you been? Oh my god, I'm probably gonna hit max artifact inventory here again. I've gotten real lazy when it comes to strong boxing. In fact, about 4 days ago, like I sat in front of a crafting station for like 2 hours. Like I just sat there, like I kept like going back and forth, like looking around my different characters and supports like artifacts, and like trying to like compare their different artifact qualities, trying to figure out like, okay, what artifact set do I need a lot of right now, like what artifact set do I not have right now, and like what artifact set do I think I will need more of in the future. And like for 2-3 hours just doing that back and forth, I couldn't figure it out. I just couldn't decide. So in the end, I just ended up just not doing like strong boxes. Like after doing that for like 2.5-3 hours, I'm trying multiple stuff. Seeing on the Discord. Oh, oops. Well, I made a mistake. I made an oopsie. Hang on. There we go. Oh, well, my orbs are gone. And if you seen in the Discord yesterday, I revealed that I freaked from what? How does one freak up their body? Are you pulling for Skirk, brother? I think you've asked me that question like at least 2 times before this, Grant. Like in streams within the last 2 or 3 weeks. Yes, if I have primos. If I don't have the primos, and if there's like a character like that is like rumored to confirmed and or rumored to rerun like very soon after her, then I probably might have to skip Skirk. But like Skirk is like in the same position as Chlorend for me. Like Chlorend, yeah. I didn't need Chlorend, but I still pulled for her anyway, just because she just so happened to be there just so happened to not be like any characters, like high value characters rerunning or like releasing in the immediate future after Chlorend's release. And I had the primos for it, so I went for it. Yeah, so hopefully Skirk is put into that same spot so I can go for her. Because like that's literally the only reason why I'm even farming this domain. If I don't go for Skirk, then like I would have like, I guess yeah, like I would have just wasted all that resin, because like there's, I guess like, okay, I guess this is cool too, because like you never know, like, wait, hang on, equipment characters, plunging attack, hang on, what? How does this thing work again? Can I use this on my Diluc? Can I use this on my Diluc or any other DPS that I use with Genyun? Character hits an opponent. Gain stacks. Okay, 1, 2, 2 stacks. Plunging attacks. Okay. Attacks, charge stacks, elemental skills. Can each trigger this effect. Okay. Radiance, plunging attacks. 6 seconds, max 5 stacks. Okay, wow. Okay. I can actually use this on Diluc or any other DPS that I plan on using as a plunge DPS with Genyun. Unfortunately, this is completely useless on my second account because I don't have Genyun on that account. But hey, it's whatever. So if I don't get, if I don't get Skirk on my second account, I'm not gonna be very happy. I've gotten okay, yeah, that's right. I mentioned I've gotten real lazy with Strongbox. I've also gotten really lazy with upgrading artifacts. I just hate it. I don't like upgrading artifacts anymore. I don't get anything from it anymore. Like, look at this. Like the last one I got. Like, look at that. Look at this piece of garbage. I had no choice. I don't have any other actual usable actual attack percent sands that has quote unquote the right substats. Despite like this having like Like 75% of the substats are all actually like potentially good substats. Well, except ER, I guess. Because like rumors say that Skirk doesn't need energy recharge. Um, but like, wow, man, I had to lock it because I don't have anything, and I've been farming. Look at this one. EM, really? On a cryo team? I get like sure, I guess melt maybe, but rumors say that she's gonna be a very very freeze only kind of DPS. Flat defense, obviously that's complete garbage. But like really, like they gave me one max roll of crit rate and then nothing else. That's it. I lifted 60 kilograms um, while being not warmed up, and I weigh. You weigh 45 kilograms? Okay, wow, yikes. Ooh. Uh, I've seen terrible. I've seen videos of like just awful things happening to people. You know, like lifting things that they shouldn't have been lifting in the first place. And I mean, like, I'm not very skittish. I'm not very squeamish. But when I saw those videos, I was like, oh man, like I would just hate for that to happen to me. I'm short and skinny, but I'm weirdly fit. You're like Jason Statham. You're like Jason Statham, then I guess. Still don't want to deal with this, man. Let's just don't want to deal with it. Really, just I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I don't want to deal with it. What the? Why was it scrolled up by default? What's up, HMS? How's it going, man? Did you get the age verification thing for Genshin? Stop acting like a kid, HMS, dude. Like you're not the only person here. Like, don't spam. Like you just got in. Just say hi like a normal person. Don't say like love me. Like respond to me. There's an age verification Genshin. Cute. There's an age verification. Like when does that happen? When you make an account? Or is it something that just like included in an update? Isn't Genshin like really kid friendly? Well, on the surface it is. Here's another good example of why I hate raising artifacts nowadays. Like it's so bad, and yet I can't bring myself to delete it because I just don't have any other. I don't have any other crit rate, crit damage circlet. Oh, really? I have so few, so little artifact XP. Why do I have so little? Well, I have two of them now. I guess that's not. Well, it's, you know, whatever. So, and this is why I just haven't. I've just hated raising artifacts lately. It's just I hate it. I just don't get anything useful at all. It's just it's a waste of time and a waste of effort. It's a waste of like every time I get an artifact that has the potential to be good, like obviously you're gonna get your hopes up. No matter what you do, you just cannot keep yourself from getting your hopes up when you get with that one thing that you hardly ever get, and then like you just always get your hopes up, and then you roll it, and it's a piece of trash. When you log in, verification, age verification. No, I've never had a thing like that. Genshin's never asked me to verify my age ever. I mean, like, isn't that kind of dumb? Like when you log in, right? Like, isn't that kind of dumb? Like when you register, don't they ask you for your age, like your date of birth? Like they know your age because when you make your account, you have to put in your date of birth. Well, I don't remember that anymore because that was like 5 years ago. Oh, wait, it's probably a US thing, large author. Sorry, I thought your name was Offer. Oh, those are T's, yeah. Uh, it's probably a US thing, Otter. Yeah, it's probably a US thing. I remember hearing a little, somewhat recently, that there was like this whole like change in the US. It's like a legal thing. I don't remember the details, but it's like a legal thing. Um, that like Hoyo had to do for Genshin. All right, question now: which piece of trash is worth less than the other? Which piece of trash is worth less than the other? This has HP, which doesn't really help very much an attack scaler, but hey, it sort of does because like you become more a little bit more tanky, little gives you a bit more survivability, has a tiny bit more crit damage. This has less crit damage, has ER, which is useless on Skirk, but might be useful on other characters. This also has a lot of little HP. Which piece of trash is worth less than the others? You know what? Never mind. I'll just whatever. I hate artifact rolling. I just hate it so much. I hate it so much, but I still have to do it. Because if I don't do it, I'll end up with characters that they're just like weak and useless, and the game just becomes more annoying to play when I don't have good characters. It stops kids from spending. It's good, but I know since the 2000s, before I was born, kids always lied about their age to play fun games. Yeah, that's that is just something that like I just cannot fathom. Like lawmakers like make laws to make corporations and like everyone, right? Like to make everyone do something or not do something, like to prevent people from doing something stupid, or to make sure people do the right thing, right? Like they make laws, but then and that they take such a long time to do this stuff. By the way, right? Like it takes them like at minimum 1 year, and there's not even like a maximum amount of time. There's not even a maximum amount of time. There are things that they have just like set out to do, like right, like these lawmakers have set out to do and have not even like completed it yet. And yet, like they, and I understand it's like really it's the internet, right? And there's this whole recently in recent years, some apps and services and programs require like actual like facial verification, like, and they're using like AI, like they're using large language no sorry LLMs, large language models. These it's not really like AI, it's more like machine learning. They're using machine learning to do it, and it's, you know, like it's somewhat accurate, I guess. But it's such a it's so uncomfortable, right? Like think about it. Like your face is there, like on the internet now, for, and like obviously like these corporations, they're gonna try to make sure that no one other than them gets a hold of this data. But even if they don't suffer like a security breach, the fact that they still have this data, just just one more just one more point of vulnerability for everyone's personal data to get leaked. I'm happy I played God of War when I was 5, but I know I wasn't supposed to, based on T. Hey! uh, Man, a 5? Dude, what was I doing when I was 5? I was like... When I was 5, I was outside playing... Like, obviously, video games existed, but, they just weren't a thing yet back then. They just weren't a thing yet back then. The video games when I was 5, like, weren't really like for kids. Like, kids just wouldn't be able to figure out how to even open video games from back then. Like, video games were like, I guess, yeah, for adults, because like they were only adults were like the only ones who actually knew how to get it on your computer, or how to set it up. Like video games for kids didn't exist until I was like 10 or 12. Well, maybe not 10. Maybe somewhere around 8. Hey, what's up, Aurelia? I invite my friends to watch. Oh, hey, appreciate it, Aurelia. Thank you, thank you. How have you been? Haven't seen you in a while. What's your favorite song? I don't really do songs anymore, HMS. I don't really... Well, I listen to music, but not because I want to listen to music. I just play music because like I want like the vibe to be relaxing, and it's like I don't care what song is on play. I care what genre of songs play. I don't always care if it's a song. If it's just like, you know, music with no lyrics, as long as it's like the vibe that I want it to be for that moment, okay. Yeah, but I don't really do, quote unquote, do songs anymore. Back then, young RJ was playing Caveman and the new DLC, Making Fire Unga Bunga. Oh, dude. When I was, yeah, when I was 5, I was like, I was making a house on the bed using pillows and blankets. I was playing a game called Pillow Fort. Yeah, there you go. Like, didn't need, like, the game was completely free to play. Completely free to play. Requires no electricity at all. Requires no subscription. Nada. You just get on the bed and play. React to SS by Ken Carson. Dude, you like okay. You realize that whenever like as soon as I play music, like someone's like copyrighted music on a stream in a video on YouTube, you realize that like immediately that stream or VOD is gonna get demonetized. I don't do reaction stuff. Aglaya. I think I've heard of the name, and I sort of know what she looks like, but I don't know which game she's from. I know it's a Hoyo game, but I don't know which one. Use Spotify. If I play it on Spotify, like it'll still come through the stream. The stream is taking audio from my desktop. I loved making a house with blankets, having a flashlight, and I don't know, suffocating because I can't stay there for 6 hours. Man, those were the days. Those were the days. I wish kids today could actually get to experience like going outside and playing with other kids. Obviously there still are some kids that get to do that, but I wish more kids got to do that. Like getting out in the sun and like catching some fresh air and getting some exercise as kids is just so good for you. And like even eating the dirt sometimes, like eating dirt, like just like tripping over your own legs, tripping over a rock, and like just eating dirt, right? Like that was also like a good thing for you and your immune system. She's from Star Rail. When I was a kid, my parents wouldn't let me play with other kids. Why not? When were you a kid? Honestly, it was mega fun because I could go under the bed. I was so tiny. Well, you did. Yeah, you do say that you're pretty small even now. So like, I can imagine when you were a kid. I remember playing with some kids. Sometimes really young. A boy convinced me. I got beaten very badly for it. Hey, you know what? As you get older, those memories become a lot more valuable to you. I remember the scene from the movie called Watchmen. Watchmen, like a DC thing. Sorry, excuse me. A DC thing. I believe it's from a novel, or I don't know what it's from, but Watchmen, like the guy with the movie with the blue guy who could control physics, who could control matter. There was this scene where what was her name? I think so there was a superhero in it called Silk Spectre. I don't know if her mom was also her mom's superhero name was also Silk Spectre. I don't remember, but Silk Spectre's mom recalling some like really like messed up experiences. And then like she's old at this point, right? Like this was sort of like almost towards the end of the movie, and she was recalling some like really dark experiences, and she was just like she just saw them as fond memories at that point. There's something there's something about time and like just getting old that makes you it changes things that like were black and white when you were much younger into like more of just different shades of gray. So you don't see things as like good and bad anymore, really. At some point, obviously, it depends on your personality and a lot of other things. But what is that? Is that a glitch on the map? It's not supposed to be there, right? It looks like this thing. Oh, why is it here? Am I the only one seeing this? Oh no. No, it's clearly there. Nope. It is actually there. I think my friends went to sleep. I was once drowned by my mom. What a mom. Mom of the Year award. You'll feel happy that you matured growing up. Sadly, can't speak for everyone. That is true. Hi, what's up? It's not Klee. If you're not Klee, then who are you? Oh, I guess these are your friends. Hey, what's up? What's up? Milo, it's not Klee. How are you guys doing? Do you have a worm in your map? A worm in my map? Are you talking about that thing that I was pointing out to? Maybe. Oh, well, that was a bit of a mistake. I should have, I still can't hit him. Just love this boss. I'm so sleepy, but I refuse to sleep. Oh, man. Don't you just love it when you're young? You know there's stuff you have to do, but you just suddenly decide you don't want to do them. So you're like, haha, screw life. Screw the things I have to do. It looked like a microbe flowing in your bloodstream. A microbe flowing in your what? How would you... What? Mighty, do you have a medical degree? How would you even know what that would look like? What an oddly specific thing to compare it to. Once I stayed up till 6 a.m. just studying. Well, that's okay. That's not bad. That's not bad. At least you were doing something productive. Not just staying up till 6 a.m. Playing video games. At least you were actually doing something productive. Oops. Heals alone and she's on life support. Stuff like that happens in in-game. Not Klee. I guess you're Vicky, right? Yeah. Stuff like that happens when in in-game, Vicky. You just have characters at like 2 HP and you're like, I don't know. I don't feel like I need to heal them. Not healing makes me so anxious. Oh, okay, Aurelia. I can already tell that you are going to get PTSD from playing Arlecchino. Do you have Arlecchino? Oh, that was close. Oh god, that was close. That was close. My gangalangs. I've taken over chat. Well, there's no one here anyway. So you guys might as well. Oh. Oh god, that was close. I'll repeat it so you don't have to go very far back. Oh, sorry, mate. Yeah. I just know I had looked because I watched the documentary. I live with 2 scientists. Oh, okay. I see. That's pretty cool. What's it like? Okay, that's got me curious now. What is it like? Okay, I mean, I guess it depends, right? Because like, there are people who are just good at keeping work out of their home, like where they just never bring up work stuff at home. But there are also just people who aren't good at it and like just talk about work all the time. Living in a family of smart people. My mom says that I'm smart too, but I make weird life decisions. Well, she said, at least she says weird. Okay, are they actually weird, or is weird just like a nice way to say bad? I think she's still sad that I dropped out of school before getting my baccalaureate, but I took the work route, so it's not bad. Yeah, I guess that sounds that makes sense, right? Like that's reasonable, especially like if you're not really, if you weren't really in a situation where you needed the cash, right? Like your family isn't, like if your family wasn't struggling for cash, that it really needed people to like get to work or something. Yeah, I get why your mom would be disappointed. Interesting though, like why did you decide to do that? Well, I might come back. Oh, you're heading out already, Vicky? All right, take care, man. Thanks for stopping by. Well, this isn't great. What does this guy do if he comes out of his egg? Oh, well, just died anyway. Won't say a lot, but we kinda do need cash, but mainly if I work, it would be less difficult for her. Oh, I see, I see. Well, yeah, okay. I get it. At least you didn't just decide it, just like, you know, like at least it wasn't just an arbitrary decision. Like you just went for it because you felt like it. She's sad because she's always like, you could have easily continued, but well, you're too stubborn. People. People just make things. Well, I guess it's people and society in general. Lots of things just become a lot more complicated. Whoa. Why did this guy shield up that super quickly? I just couldn't continue with that. It was too much pressure, and having tried to work, it felt more fun. At least you didn't have a falling out because of this decision you made, though. So I guess that's one nice thing that came out of it. Your family's well off because of it. And like despite the difference of opinions that you two had, it didn't result in a falling out. Hey, what's up, Onoko? I survived the spiral abyss. The real life spiral abyss. I'm yapping to my wife. Oh, okay. Sure. Just, yeah. You guys just chill over there. Yeah, how are finals, Onoko? Life is full of surprises. I gave up on academic knowledge for normal life. I would drop out. You're sorry, Mighty. Where are you from again? There are certain parts of the world where not getting a college degree is totally fine. Like you can just start early and work your way up the ladder. Algeria. Okay, I don't know much about Algeria. But yeah, there really are parts of the world where like college degrees are yeah, like they're like a big advantage, right? Like they're basically like a guarantee for like a professional career. But they're not necessary for one to achieve a quote unquote professional career. Yeah, I guess they are like for like your typical quote unquote professional careers like law, um, medicine, stuff like that, education. But you can still definitely become like a manager of some sort, right? Like even without a college degree, right? But you gotta work your way up. You gotta start at the bottom and work your way up. Irish final got a 13 out of 15. Yeah, that's not too bad. Dude, you should have seen my grades. You should have seen my grades, man. You're gonna feel so good about yourself if you see my grades. Also, anyway, yeah, congrats, man. Congrats. I just need to find an opportunity. Having two diplomas helps. Yeah, like Ideally, like you want to find something that you're good at, but something that is not monotonous. You know, like something that doesn't get boring after like a lot of repetition. Because like jobs like those just feel awful after a while. Already? Already doing this attack? This is already going really poorly for me. I remember. It was 0 in geography, history and society, 10 in Arabic, 14 in French, 18 in English, math and science between 9 and 13, and raw math equations at 17. 17. Like, what are these numbers out of? Out of what? Is Escoffier needed for skirk? Sorry, my dude. I don't know how to read your name, but we have no confirmation on that. Obviously, skirk has not been released yet. Right, all we can go off by for now is just leaks and rumors and speculations. But so far, all the available non-official information certainly tells us that that is the case. Out of 20. Your scores were certainly all over the place, Mighty. Sounds very realistic to me. You know, that actually sounds real good to me. Like the realistic scores, right? Like when you when I say realistic scores, because like nowadays, obviously I only have one example for this, right? Like obviously I only have one kid, so I only have one example for this. But well, I guess that's wrong. I do have a few more examples of this because like some of the kids I teach, they also talk to me about like their scores and their tests and stuff. But I just listen to them talk about like how much what their scores were in their exams and whatnot, and like it just always sounds like it's too good to be true. Like it's just everyone is just getting 99s, 98s, 97s, and like they're always saying like, oh, 95 is like, oh my god, this is such a low score, out of 100, by the way. And like, what happened, right? Like, what happened? Like, did did kids suddenly become extra responsible, that they like study all the time? Like they just 100% prepare for exams and stuff? Like, and all kids too, right? Not just some kids, but all kids? Or did school exams get extra easy? Or did all kids just suddenly become geniuses? Right? Like, used to be that like in my city, when I was in primary school, the passing grade was 50%. So if you got an in a test of 20 items, if you got a 10, you passed. I don't know what that is in letters, but that was like a 75. Right? You passed. And if you got a 15 out of 20, then hey, that's amazing. Right? That's probably somewhere around like 84, 83, 85 maybe. Right? And like nowadays, like everyone's just getting like 98s, 99s all the time. So is this even still realistic? Or are like, because I hear no, I hear a lot from some of my students that like, even before they take their exams, like they know exactly what the questions are going to be. So it just, instead of like an actual exam, where you're expected to learn everything that was taught to you by the teacher. Ideally, like the perfect world, in a perfect world, like you would ideally remember all of that, because like all of that is ideally going to be useful at some point in your life, right? And that's the goal. And obviously we're all human, so we're not always going to achieve that goal, right? So hence, not everyone's going to get perfect scores all the time. But what I again, going back to what I said earlier, like a lot of the time I hear from some of the kids that I teach that like they know, that they already know like what exactly what a lot of the essay questions are. So like basically they already get the opportunity to just make an answer already, and all they have to do is just memorize those answers. So it feels more like they are, like the exam is just a stage play. It feels more like the exam is just a stage play, and that they are like, they have to practice their lines, they have to practice their roles and their acting, right? Like they have to memorize their dance steps. It feels more like a performance, instead of like an actual, like, okay, here's the knowledge. Every day in school, we're gonna give you new knowledge. We're gonna teach you this, teach you that, the stuff that you need for life. And then, okay, to be sure that you are encouraged to actually work hard to remember as much of it as you can, we're gonna give you a test, and if you fail at it, then you get to do it all over again. Worst case scenario. And if you do well, then hey, that's great. You're gonna be successful in life. Mighty, were you trying to type paranary? Paranani? I'm not even sure what you were typing there. Moved 2 schools because of how bad I was being bullied. Oh man, that sucks. Tell myself before a test, all or nothing. Sorry, dude whose name I can't read. You asked me, were you asking me what, sorry, what was that? Okay, well, I lost it. I can't find it anymore. Are you a teacher? Well, not really. No, like, I don't like referring to myself as a teacher. Because, like, I only like to refer to those, like, people who went to school and studied education. Worked hard to pass and, like, take the board exams and pass the board exams and, like, actually get licensed. Get, like, a proper, like, legit teaching licenses. I call those people teachers. Like me, I'm more of a tutor, really. That's what I like to refer to myself as, a tutor. Minji. Okay, I'm gonna try to remember that, but hey, don't get your hopes up. I just typed his name. Oh, sorry, Mighty. Yeah, I was yapping. That's not the right team. My OG name's Anoko, but Paran. How do I even read that? Oh, okay. I did not realize that was like your, well, your name here, Onoko. When you changed, I remember. I think I remember your name used to be just Onoko something way back in the day, and at some point you changed it to this now. Uh, and like I remember one of the first few times that I saw it, I was like trying to read it. I was like, okay, I can't read that. Well, thankfully you still had Onoko in parentheses in your name. I was like, okay, Onoko, and I just didn't care about the other one. That doesn't reach. Oh my god. The range on... I did not realize that the range on Rosaria's skill was so short. Oh god. This boss is not very friendly towards bow users. Because ideally you want to see the ground so that you can tell where the attacks are coming. But you can't really see anything when you're staring up into the air. You know, I like the Queen's Japanese VA here. Like, her voice sounds cool. It sounds like mystical somehow. Like it sounds it sounds like, no, the voice is clearly not Alice's voice. No, you know what? I think it is actually Alice's voice. Because that was Alice's trial. So I that was probably Alice. I wonder if the Hex and Circle ladies will ever become playable. And if they ever do become playable, like, will that be like a whole new breed of characters? You know, like Archons and Harbingers, and eventually we're you know, when Nivellate got released, we suddenly got a whole new breed of character, right? Like Sovereign, Dragon Sovereign. Whole new category.
クイーンよダンスと行こう。
ステップは覚えているわよね。
グンしまった。
世界の熱狂の渦にじゃじゃーん。ファンのように羽ばたけ。震えなさい。
That guy hits real hard.
この舞台の幕を下ろそう。
The queen's down.
お触り禁止。
It'll be playable after 10 years. Man, I don't even. 10 years is like when we it's so easy to just type or say 10 years, 15 years. But when you actually try and think about it, man, that's a long time. 10 years is a really, really long time. I don't even know if I'd still be even playing Genshin. Like, if Genshin was still alive 10 years from now, I don't know if I'd still be playing it. I mean, like, if somehow absolutely no games come out in the future that pique my interest and somehow fit all my preferences, then, like, maybe I might still be playing Genshin then. But the odds of that, the game, like a game that's interesting to me and also fit all my preferences, not coming out at all in the next like 5 to 10 years, it's, I imagine, low, right? Like the odds of a game like that not coming out in the next 5 to 10 years are probably pretty low. But I think there is still a chance that does, yeah, that a game like that does not come out at all. So it's possible. They said, I said something inappropriate. All I said was, I want to get the from Royale. I said bingo. What? Is this some... Yeah, I don't know what this is about, man. The age verification is supposed to be sent to all US players, and if you don't verify your account, get banned. I live in the US. I did not get it. I'm scared my account might get banned. Oh, dude. Well, have you tried... Man, I haven't even looked at, like, my account settings ever. Like, since I created my account, I've never had to go in there at all. Have you tried going into your account settings? And I don't know, like, maybe it's a thing over there. Like, hopefully, ideally, there's, like, something over there that's highlighted that points to exactly whatever it is, age thing that you have to verify. But, I don't know. I imagine... Well, it is an age verification thing after all. So, like, I imagine even though you said in there that your, like, date of birth was X and X, they wouldn't believe you, and you'd still have to, like, verify that it's real. That sounds rough. That sounds rough, man. I recommend trying to reach out to customer service about it. I mean, easy for me to say that I don't actually know how to reach out to Genshin customer service. I'm sure it's just a Google search away. Uh-oh.
満足させてあげる。歌え僕の名のもとに。
Accidentally used Escoffier's burst before Farina's.
うがいせ禁止。 冷凍の時間。
震えなさい。許さない。
よし。次の仕事は。
It's rising again here in Thailand. There's about 50,000. Dude, that's a pretty big number. Thought COVID was gone. I mean, like, COVID's not really gone. COVID sort of turned into like another flu. Yeah, so COVID sort of just turned into a second flu.
平穏調理。
Instead of only, like, you know how like the flu always comes back like almost every year? It's sort of what COVID's turned into now.
触り禁止。ついていきます。
This is a new variant of COVID called JN1. Okay. I get the feeling that I would prefer not to,
星と新
but I get the feeling that I might be hearing that name.
発生します。
I might be hearing that name sooner or later. Yeah, that's sort of just what COVID's become now. It's just become another flu. I imagine like the flu also has these like variants that like scientists know of, but the general public doesn't know of unless if they Google it or something. COVID was just like a lot more like publicized compared to the flu. It was just on the news the whole time, every single day. People looking at number of cases in their respective countries. Oh right, I gotta do Imaginarium Theater on this account. Not looking forward to that. Imaginarium Theater is still not very fun. One thing though about COVID that I noticed is so at some point, yeah, like in during the height of the pandemic, at some point like basically everyone had it, right? Like maybe not all at the same time, but like everyone at some point eventually got it. And everyone went through it, like me, for example, me, my family, and like basically everyone I knew at some point got it, and it was just like, and no, like very few people even like were even able to confirm that they actually had COVID. Like what they had was COVID, but it was obvious. Like the symptoms were like very much COVID, like really high fevers, and this was like in the pandemic, not like the new variations of COVID, but this was this like the first few variations of COVID during the height of the pandemic. Everyone had high fevers, and they said that paracetamols or like yeah paracetamols just weren't doing anything to drive down their fevers. A lot of the same symptoms, well, similar symptoms to most people. And like in my mind I was like, okay, I guess this is COVID. I guess like everyone has it now. It's just it was bound to hit everyone sooner or later. It was just inevitable, like Thanos was. uh, like Thanos was, yeah. Thanos was inevitable, but Iron Man was still Iron Man. Uh, and then like at some point, somewhere around what year was that? Was that I think it was 22 or 23. Yeah, 2022 or 2023. At some point, everyone around me, people I knew, neighbors, everyone, was talking suddenly talking about like like there's this like new virus that's going around that like everyone's sick and like and on top of that like almost everywhere I went, like I went to the supermarket, I went to like the local bakery, like almost anywhere I just hear people like sniffling sniffling and coughing, and like okay, I guess yeah, this is another COVID is going, yeah, going taking the rounds again. And I think it also happened in 2024. All I remember is that it happened twice. No, it happened. No, I remember it happening once, like during the height of the pandemic, and that was like main like COVID, whatever that variant was called. And then I remember it happening again after the quote unquote pandemic, right? Like after like lockdowns were gone and like face masks weren't mandatory everywhere anymore. I remember it happening again about a year after the after the main pandemic. I did my med school by taking a study loan. Oh, geez. Worked for 2 years to pay it back, then took another loan for master's. Wow. I mean, as long as you do well in school, that's definitely gonna be worth it. Like you've really set up. You've really like. It sounds like you've worked extra hard to like build a road for yourself there. Sorry. I'm sorry, man. I've already forgotten your name. Man, Mijin? Oh man. Why is this not registering? Mujin, I think. Minji. Oh my god. Mujin? Thank you. Thank you, Luna. Muji, the YouTuber. Oh yeah, Muji. Muji's a guy, yeah. Ah, man. You know, at first I thought it was like it was entertaining to watch his videos, like, you know, catching up on internet stuff. At first, in my opinion, I thought it was like entertaining. It was entertaining to me at first. And then like I kept watching more and more and more of his videos. At some point I don't know, it just got tiring. It just got tiring like listening to like because so I remember at some point I was interested to see like whether he like Muji actually started off as like making this kind of content Apparently he didn't used to make that kind of content. Like at some point in the past, like he used to make like I don't even remember what it was, but all I remember is that it wasn't whatever content he makes now. Like quote unquote covering news, right? Covering internet news. And now no okay, I know it sounds like I'm hating on the guy, and it's not really him specifically that I'm hating on. It's like the whole industry in general is like online personalities. They talk about stuff that happened, right? Like news or like internet drama or conflicts or something, right? They talk about something that happened, and like they say that like I'm neutral here, like I'm just giving the people information about like what's really going on to inform people about what's happening. And like I'm not picking any sides here, I'm not taking any sides here, right? A lot of them say that they don't take any sides and that they're neutral in this conflict or whatever, but then like they also provide their reactions to what as they are stating the facts. They also provide their reactions to the facts. And like, okay, I get it. Like some of these are like clearly, wow, this was clearly the stupid thing to do, right? Like this was clearly the smart thing to do. This was clearly a funny thing to do, right? Like obviously there's stuff like that, but there are also sometimes things that someone decided to do, and it's not really like clear whether or not that was the right thing to do. And then like these like people that claim to be neutral in these like situations, like suddenly say like laugh at like, oh, this was this is the stupidest thing you could have done in this situation. Ha 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 ha, right? Like so they're clearly not neutral. They're clearly, yeah. It's really little details that you otherwise would just miss if you were just there for the information. And not to mention, I just don't find it entertaining anymore listening to these to videos about this stuff, like about conflict and these like just internet drama. It doesn't help me in any way. It doesn't provide me with information that's going to help me with my future. And it is reminding me of how stupid people can be. So, yeah, I've just decided not to watch them anymore. Also from South Korea, but I moved to Thailand. It's been 2 months. Oh, why'd you move to Thailand, Minji? What are your favorite songs? And you tell me about your dreams. Think I'll know where you belong. This sounds like song lyrics. Wrong person. Is this song lyrics? Phone system's actually nice in South Korea for students also. Yeah, now it's all paid off. There's no debt now. Salary sweet. Hey, nice. Question, Minji. You're from South Korea. How was life in South Korea? Because like, obviously I'm not exactly like a South Korean like fan, right? I don't follow like anyone from South Korea, but like my just things that I hear about South Korea and like life in South Korea in general. Every now and then, like I hear about it from random people. Most of it seem to paint the picture for me that like life in South Korea growing up is like super extra high pressure all the time. Like from when you're a kid to when you grow up. Like is that wrong? Like is my I guess stereotype, yeah. Is my stereotype of South Korea wrong? Like I hope it is, because like for the sake of the people there. RJ, do you want to know the pronunciation of Paranani or no? Also, ad that just popped up. Yeah. Sure. If you are able to, is phoneticize a word? If you're able to phoneticize it, I wouldn't mind. I mean, like, don't expect me to remember it though. I'm still definitely just gonna call you Onoko. Onoko is just like a lot easier to remember, but it'd be cool to know, I guess. It's a song I really liked as a small kid. I like the type small as SMOL, and just rediscovered. Hey, nice. Always a nice thing, right? Always a nice thing to get to experience some nostalgia. And at the same time, realize that, hey, music back then was actually tasteful and good. Super high pressure, everyone's mean. Okay, oh my god, that's... I guess it's true. I guess it's true. Jeez. Super high pressure and everyone is mean. That is exactly... in school, there's not much... There's so much bullying. Oh my god, jeez. Okay, I guess it's all true then. Oh, jeez, that's... Yikes. Wow. Oof. Everyone is mean. I remember, so remember, I'm a tutor, right? And at some point, I used to tutor, like, working for a company. And, like, they had, well, I guess customers there, of... like around all ages, right? Like there were parents that for some reason wanted their kids to be tutored English at 2 years old. I was like they can barely speak their own language, and did you want them to learn English already? And like, what? How do you just let them watch cartoons? Just watch videos on the internet. Let them watch TV. Find some English for them to listen to, right? But then, and, you know, like, it's not my choice, right? Like, they wanted to spend their money, I guess. They had too much of it, I guess. But there were also, like, actual adults who actually truly needed to learn English or to improve their English in order to improve their prospects in life, to gain, like, better opportunities, like job opportunities. And I remember meeting this one person who really seemed to be like one of the most average people that you've seen, right? Like somebody who wakes up at 6 in the morning every day. Well, 6 days a week, because like a lot of them were from China, and like wakes up at 6 in the morning, gets ready, has breakfast, takes a shower, and by the time she gets to work, that's like 8 or 8:30, right? Like about an hour or half an hour before she actually has to start working. And because like it was a long commute. She used to live pretty close to her office, and then her office moved, and then she just didn't want to move because she just couldn't find like an ideal place closer to her new office location. And like would go get out of the office but at like 6 or 7, and she would just arrive at home at like 8 or 9 already. Just, you know, just enough time to take a shower, relax a little bit. And she told me that at some point, like, she lived in Korea. She was Chinese and she lived in Korea. And apparently, like, just asking a random stranger there what time it was like you would just get a look. Like, you just get a mean look. You'd get a mean look. You'd be lucky if you just got a mean look. But like on average, you would actually like get insulted. Like, what? You can't buy a watch? Like, what? You can't afford a phone? Like, you apparently you would get insulted over there just for asking some random stranger what time it was. They'd just be like, who in the world is this? Who in the world does this person think they are? Like that was the way that she described it. She described it as like a look like that. Like, who in the world does this person think they are talking to me? I don't even know you. Like, get away from me, right? Just from looking at you, right? Best case scenario, they don't say anything to you at all. They just ignore you. Worst case scenario, they take 5 minutes out of their day to insult you. to insult you, like anything, anything related to not having a way to tell what time it was. Another thing, well, she was Chinese, right? And another thing she told me was that like they seem to look down upon most people who weren't Korean, and they seem to really look up to white people. Didn't matter with like where they were from. If they were white, they seem to like somewhat look up to white people. That's what I heard. Beauty standards, yeah, that's another thing that I heard about. Man, so high. If you're overweight or not pretty, most of the people treat you differently, and cost of living is so high. Phew. Yikes. You're overweight. Well, I mean, like that is one. There is at least one nice thing that comes out of that though, like the overweight part specifically, not all the other parts, but at least the overweight one. It means that at least like the odds of like the shoot, what's the word I'm looking for? The percentage of people that'll be overweight and like be in a bad health condition, like have bad, what what why am I dumb? I can't put this like into words. That has yeah, that is not in a good health condition, right? Because of like being overweight and stuff. At least the percentage of people like that in Korea is like probably close to zero, right? Because it's so intertwined with society over there. So like hardly anyone is probably overweight over there. Uh, oh yeah, I watch a lot of StarCraft Brood War casting, and because like I used to play StarCraft Brood War when I was a kid, like OG, and then about a year ago I finally started playing again, StarCraft Remastered, and so I get to see a bunch of random Koreans, like regular Korean people. Whenever I see these like big tournaments, and like the camera pans around to like the audience and stuff, and you just never see a quote unquote ugly woman over there. Like some look better than others, yeah, sure, but like you just do not see like people that would make you think, wow, she looks horrible. Thailand's so pretty and everyone's so friendly, and the salary I get is the same as I got in Korea, but it feels so much. Wait, it feels so much in Thailand. What do you mean? Sorry, it feels so much. You mean you feel so much better in Thailand? I guess. Ask you something about the Herta. Oh, okay. You guys are talking about something completely different. Thailand is like I think Thailand's basically just another Philippines. Just a different Philippines. Thailand, Malaysia, even Vietnam, I think. Hang on, what other countries are there? Oh, Indonesia. So the Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam, um, Malaysia. I guess Myanmar. There was a guy from Myanmar here, in my last stream, and I was like really curious what life was like in Myanmar, and like I didn't get to talk to him too much, but he seemed to be doing okay. Cause like man, like I remember I know that economists like when anyone on the internet nowadays just seems to like not necessarily like exaggerate what they want to say, but they just the way that they say it, they they just can't help themselves but say it in a way that makes people feel like, oh no, it's the end of the world. Just because like especially like on YouTube, on platforms like YouTube or social media, because it generates the clicks. It gets the clicks. Ooh, hang on. Can I use Chevreuse here? What were the elements here again? Okay, so no pyro. All right. So and I follow a couple of, well, I guess really only one or two YouTubers that are economists, and they talk about economics and stuff like, and generally the way they talk about it is pretty objective. They state facts, and then like at the very end they give their opinions about stuff. And I guess it's fine, but like when you look at stuff from an economics perspective only, and you don't like especially because like you're trying to focus on that one thing, right? So it's hard to like picture out all the other stuff happening all around it while looking at it from an economics perspective. So when you look at it from an economics perspective, it just looks like if the economy of a country is just not doing very well, it sounds like the country's about to fall apart. and But I also understand that Myanmar's situation just has not been great the last couple of years, from an economic crash to like a civil war to like an earthquake a couple of weeks ago, a giant earthquake a couple of weeks ago. It's not going great for Myanmar. Yo, let me be old and listen to RJ. Let me be old and listen to RJ. Okay, I guess that's actually pretty apt. Like with the stuff that I yap about and the way that I yap about him, I guess it's like stuff that old people like to listen to. Pear? Is that pear? Like ear? Or is that pear like the fruit? Because like when you spell like PEAR, okay, obviously that spells pear, the fruit. But like in phonetics, is that like using EAR as like ear? Pera? Or is that para? Peran perana perane? Okay, you alright, sorry, I'm an idiot. Like it's literally right after that. Okay, pear, fruit, hearing like you're hearing a scream, okay. You're screaming, and it's like the word you put before a word starting with a vowel. Okay, you. Wait, where's the U? Un. Oh, un. Oh, okay. Un. And E like the letter E. E, okay. Un. Para, it's like screaming. Para, Ani. What? Where's there? Hang on. Which of these letters say un? Is this supposed to be paranani? Paranani? Parani. Jeez. Okay. Okay, close enough. Parani. Like that? Parani. So how is it supposed to be? Okay. Parani. Like that? So am I joining the syllables correctly? Parani. I started Duolingo Korean session yesterday. Ooh, I just felt like it's time for a fourth language. Fourth language, jeez. Mighty, I think you might. Okay, well, I guess you are interested in language stuff. I think you might really hit it off with Siri. I don't know if you've noticed him. He seldomly comes nowadays because he's busy with work and stuff. But like he's really into language. He seems to be mostly interested in like European languages in general. But he's also interested in just like random like facts and stuff. His like, I don't remember what his profile picture is. I remember his profile picture is something white, but his name is like, it uses like some weird characters, but he says that the way to pronounce it is like Syrian. He says that like the way to pronounce his name is Syrian. And you will know, like, if you are here when he's here, you will know that he's here because like he always asks, want to hear some trivia, and then he'll give us like trivia like stuff, information that you will almost never just randomly find on your own on the internet. And he very often like says stuff in chat using this what was the name of this language? Apparently it's like a language that like one of the languages that were apparently the origin of English and a bunch of like European languages. I don't remember what the name was because apparently no country speaks this language anymore. I can't even do 2 languages. It's, you really only need one wrong person. You'll be fine, man. Gotta go because I have to cook right now because my younger sister. Oh, she's hungry. I have to watch a movie with her. Oh, that's so sweet. That's so sweet. Hey, take care, Onoko. Enjoy, man. Enjoy. And thanks for hanging out with us today. Take care, man. There's some words like okay, bonjour, and etc. My country has a bilingual policy. Oh, wait, really? So English and what? Sorry, what language? What language do you like is the thing in Singapore? So obviously English because like international trade and stuff. But like what is your local language there? Nordic languages, I think. I don't know. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Nordic language. There was like something like a more specific name. But yeah, you're right, Luab. It's like Nordic languages is what he often uses. English and mother tongue. So Chinese, Malay, or Hindi, etc. That's 3 languages, man. Which one? Okay. Oh, well, you did say dual. What? Sorry. What's the policy called? What's the word? Duo. Oh, bilingual. Okay. For some reason, I was remembering the name of that service that Mighty was like said that he started recently, like Duolingo. Okay, bilingual. So I guess you just have to pick at least 2 of those. For me, it's Chinese and English. That sounds like so much trouble. Those are 2 very different languages. They have very different like logic. Like, right, like where like Chinese is like very symbolic, like the characters are symbolic. Instead, like, whereas English is like, okay, this set of letters equals this meaning. And you just have to memorize it. Oh, Faroese. I think that's it. Luap. Yeah. I think that's exactly it. Faroese. I don't even know if I'm reading that right. No Korean girls are bullies, and the sweet ones are already committed. Okay, going back to economics though. Wow, how is Korea doesn't look like it's doing great. I mean, obviously, like Korea is really rich, right? Like this, Samsung, LG, and like a lot of like large corpos are from Korea. But like population wise, right? Population is going down like pretty fast. I hate job interviews. Hey, what's up, Spartan? I'm assuming you just came out of an interview. Just cause it's like, yeah, so like all the like the high pressure and stuff, and as you mentioned, all the sweet ones are already committed. Right, so it's probably really hard to, well, I guess, get matched up with anyone over there. Japan is struggling population wise. Yeah, but like South Korea is like apparently the next Japan. Right, and apparently even China, right? Like China seems to be also following the same trend. It's just that China, because of like China's just really, really large population, it's gonna be a while before China starts to experience problems with like a population that's going down. But so okay, think about this way. There's like, if there's like social security, right? Like most countries in the world have it. Social security, insurance, and stuff. Okay, right? All like basically every country in the world has stuff like that. And especially in advanced economies like Japan, Korea, China, a lot of people have some form of insurance, at least one form of insurance. And at the very least, everyone has social security. And now the idea of social security is that young people pay for old people. Right? Because like money that you and me, right? Like we are currently the young people that are feeding money into the system right now. And the money that is going into the system right now is being given to the used to be young people, right? Who are now old people, the retirees. So what happens when, because the population is going down, people are having like 1 or 0 kids, right? So like ideally every couple makes 2 kids, because to replace the both of you when you two retire. To at least keep the population steady. But what happens when like couples choose to only have 1 or 0 children? And at some point there will be way more old people than there are young people. So there will be way more people taking money out of the system than the number of people that are feeding money into the system. Social Security is a pyramid scheme by design. Yeah, like I agree. I did not ever think about it that way before until about a year and a half ago when I saw it from this perspective, from like an economic perspective. It really is a pyramid scheme by design because it is designed to do really, really well as long as the number go up, as long as the population keeps going up, right? And like any like pyramid business model, right? I'm not gonna call it a pyramid scheme because like not all of it was a scheme. It just ends up becoming a scheme because the pyramid just does not. It's just impossible for a pyramid to just keep getting bigger at the bottom forever. At some point, you're just gonna run out of people. Right, it's just right. It just becomes a scheme because it just it's just not a viable business model. And like yeah, about a year and a half ago, I finally like saw like I watched this video. I forget which country it was about. but it talked a lot about, like, it was another economic stuff. But it was about mainly like population. I think it was about China. And like in context, it was also talking about Korea and Japan as well. And then yeah, that was the time that I realized, like, wow, oh God, why did everyone believe in this system? I mean, it worked for a really long time, right? It worked for a really, really long time, especially somewhere between like the 70s, the 80s until, well, now. And I think it will still continue to work for the next at least maybe 10 to 20 years. But after that, if the population, what's the word, trend continues, I just don't see it working anymore. And honestly, I think insurance companies are all also exactly the same. They're basically pyramid schemes, because like think about it. So if 100 people, like an insurance company just starts, right? They just start. 100 people, 100 people, okay, get insurance, and now, like right now at the very beginning, there's 0 people taking money out of the pot, but there are 100 people putting money into the pot. And then say next year, right? Some of these people, some of these first 100, they need to take money out of the pot. Okay, so like technically they're gonna be taking their own money out of the pot. But what about, okay? But what about the salaries and rent, of salaries and rent and all the expenses of these insurance companies, right? Because, especially because these insurance companies, man, they spend a lot of money. They rent like some of the most expensive properties, like very, very premium, very large spots in malls, very like good looking offices in like downtown of big cities, right? Or they lease really expensive land, and they hire like some of the most highly skilled like marketers and whatever, right? And they provide quite a decent, quite a fat, shoot, what's the word I'm looking for, commission for their employees who manage to sell. So where does all this money come from? Right? It comes from the pot. The pot which was supposed to be a pot of money for people who suddenly need it in the future. So how do we make sure that there is always going to be more than enough money for everyone who needs to get money out of the pot? Then okay, you end up getting stuck in this cycle of really, really needing to make to get new people to put money into the pot all the time. You have to keep getting more and more people to put more money into the pot all the time. Otherwise, you've just used up all the money in the pot for rent, salaries, and commissions and stuff. And you didn't use up the money in the pot to actually give it to the people who were supposed to receive it, because they already put money in the pot in the first place. Like, right? It's just, and I guess it works if populations never stop growing, right? Because there will always be because there will always be well, it's going to be likely that there will always be more and more people that put money in the pot, right? Because as the population increases, the economy rises, people get better and better jobs, which means more and more people experience better and better lives. They become smarter at like decision making and like handling money. So and then like they have a kid, they have less kids because they want to continue to have their better lives, and now they have a lot more I guess disposable income, so they put it into insurance, right? So like there's right, as long as the population continues and will forever grow. RJ, when servers die, you should rebrand as a podcast channel. Hey, we've already got a name for that. RJ can yap. I can easily just change the name to RJ can yap. And like and like the on the channel banner, I would just have RJ can play, and then like I would just put like an X on the word play, and then like just write yap afterwards. Like RJ can play. Nope, yap. R yap can J. What? Yap J can R. Huh? Make your profile picture just HD version to 3D. Just make it 3D. A sign of progress. I'm going nuts. That's alright, wrong person. Nah, it's RJ rants. Do I always rant? Like when I yap, I don't know if I always rant. Like now I am I ranting? I don't know about ranting. I don't think I'm ranting. I mean, you guys tell me. Am I ranting? Like from back in the day? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I get what you mean. It's RJ rants. That went into rant territory? I guess so. Yeah, I guess it did go into rant territory. Like I'm ranting about like, you know, how social security and like insurance is essentially just a pyramid scheme. Yeah, I guess it did go into rant territory. I didn't like complain about it a lot, so it wasn't just like inarguably just a rant. it was arguably a rant, but arguably not a rant either. Hello. Hey, what's up? Guy whose name I can't read, but I also don't remember, who has been here and has told me their name multiple times before. Yunji. There you go. I remembered it. Yeah, I remembered it like before you typed it in chat. Yeah. No cap. No, actually that's a lie. Thank you, Yunji. Good to see you again, man. Rants don't have to be bad. It's a sign of passion. Okay, yeah. I can agree with that, yeah. It's a sign of passion. And, like, I'm not even, like, I guess I am, like, complaining about, like, man, this is... okay, I guess I didn't complain about it a few minutes ago. I didn't complain about, like, how, like, this is a pyramid scheme. But I was talking about it as if, like in my mind, I was just thinking, this is awful, and I wish they didn't make it like this. I'm used to this already. Thank you for understanding, Yunji. Appreciate it, man. That's just RJ voice. He can definitely rant and pass it as ASMR. This guy complaining. Good sounds good. His voice can make me what? In Egyptian, we have random kids throwing football at your window at like 3 a.m. Um. Well, at least kids are outside, I guess. But at your window at 3 in the morning, though. Yikes. I woke up, found a football in my room. Well, at least you found the football and not broken glass in your feet. That's a nice thing, I guess. RJ yaps and I yap too. Close the window. If you if you close the window, then you wouldn't just find a ball in your room. You'd find a ball in your room and shards in your feet. Today we're complaining about McDonald's and McFungus. What? Oh, like in quotes. Man, if I ever like just became like a Yap channel or like a podcast, I don't know about podcast. I feel like I would feel real embarrassed to call whatever it is I do as a quote unquote podcast. Mainly because, well, at least like most podcasts today seem to have like this like really like formal slash professional, like high quality, high production quality thing, right? And obviously you don't have to be like high production quality to like do a podcast, right? But at the very least, like like before they start, they at least have like at least at the very least a list of topics that they want to get through. And like they'll have guests and stuff, and like, oh, cool. Like I don't mind having guests, but I'm awkward. I'm awkward, and if I have a guest and like somehow, some way, suddenly the situation gets hot, I don't know how to handle that. It's gonna get real awkward. It's gonna get real awkward. I am sort of used to pacifying customers that get mad at me, like from back in my customer service days. Hey, what's up, Bozan? How's it going, man? From like back in my customer service days. But like what's different about a customer and a guest is like if you have a guest on your show, they're there like for you and for themselves. Whereas like a customer and like they didn't come in there with a problem, right? And if they suddenly meet a problem in like while they're there, that's a very different story from a customer calling customer service because there was a problem. Because like obviously there's no like there is no customer in the world that is gonna call customer service when there's no problem. They're gonna call customer service because there's a problem. They're not gonna call just to say, "Hey, my internet's worked really well this." No, really well. No, like my internet worked as intended this month. Good job, guys. Like obviously, no one's gonna call customer service just to tell someone that. What about you? Pretty good, man. I wish I could stop yapping about all these random things so I could finally finish Imaginarium Theater. Honestly, I wanted to finish Imaginarium Theater this stream and do the event, like the latest event, at least on one of my accounts. But like here I am, I've yapped on and on for I think an hour now. Haven't done anything at all. Just been staring at like different user interfaces yapping. But hey, some of you guys are here for that. So it's not so bad, I guess. Today we're complaining about McDonald's. It's so hot here, I can't stand closing the window. Then get air conditioning? Hey, Spartan. Isn't that... Okay, I'm not gonna say that was the beginning of climate change. Right? I'm not gonna say that was the beginning of climate change. But like the mindset that like, hey, it's hot, close the window, turn on the AC. Isn't that one of the reasons why we're here in the first place. Like, and by here I'm talking about like, global average temperatures have gone up by quite a lot in the last like what 50, 100 years compared to before 100 years ago to 10,000 years ago or 100,000 years ago. Obviously, there have been like a couple of like ice ages, obviously, but just open a window. just just open a window, turn off your AC, because like what the AC does is like it's really just what's the word I'm looking for? A heat pump. Yeah, it's really like your AC is just a heat pump, really. It really just transfers temperature. Well, yeah, it really just circulates temperature. It's small in the grand scheme of things, especially compared to how much China and India are polluting. I agree. It's true. It's very small in the grand scheme of things. Like if everyone in the entire world suddenly just, like, oh, you know what? if Madara Uchiha succeeded, sorry, by the way, for those who haven't watched Naruto, spoiler alert, if Madara Uchiha succeeded in his plan, in his infinite Tsukuyomi plan, what was it called? Project Tsukinomi. There you go. Project Tsukinomi. If Naruto and Sasuke kicked the bucket and Madara won, because clearly no one among all the nations in the world other than Naruto and Sasuke were capable of stopping Madara at all. So right, so if somehow Naruto and Sasuke just couldn't keep their sibling rivalry in control, and they fought each other and just killed each other before they decided to fight Madara, and in the end, like Madara is like, okay, well, I guess time to take over the world, right? And then he just like shoot, what's the word I'm looking for? He just like Sharingan the entire world and just said, everyone, turn off your ACs, stop using them forever, right now. And then boom, like everyone suddenly stopped using it. I highly doubt it would change the global temperature that much. Because like it's mostly pollution and people using electricity a lot is really like what are some of the biggest contributors to global temperature rising. But hey, it is still part of the cycle, right? Like, cause like, okay, AC takes up electricity. Using up more electricity means that your local power company has to produce more. And I guess it depends on where you're from. Places whose local power companies use fossil fuel, use more fossil fuel than like renewable sources like wind and solar or whatever. Obviously, are going to produce a lot more pollution than others, right? But still, that completely reduces that part. Not to mention, all your air conditioners now are not transferring the heat from inside your bedrooms to outside. Because like, okay, imagine this. You transfer the heat from inside your bedroom to the outside of your bedroom. And now it's just in the ambient air in your town, in your city. Right? For people who just have their windows open, the ambient air outside, which is now a tiny bit warmer because you turned on your AC, because you turned on your AC, is now going through their rooms, and now they're gonna feel a little warmer than before, and they're gonna think like, man, it's warm today. Turn on the AC, and now there's two people adding more heat into the ambient air outside, and like more and more and more, and like what 100,000, 10 million, like 30 million, like Beijing for example has 30 million people. 30 million people now have their ACs on. And everyone is pushing out hot air from inside their rooms to the outside. I think uh it's probably not gonna save us all 1,000 years from now, but I would like to see, like, if I had like a genie, if I had like a genie in a bottle, I would like, I think that would be one of my wishes. I would just wish that everyone suddenly wanted to to help out, to help reduce like how hot cities are, because okay, all this heat, okay, like large cities have a lot of large buildings, right? And buildings equals concrete, and concrete, it heats up slowly, but it also cools down really slowly. And the thing about that is, like, all this concrete in large cities, like, they store heat. They store heat, right? Which means people in cities are, like, when they're out and about, they're gonna experience uh they're gonna experience higher temperatures than if those cities didn't exist, right? If all this concrete didn't exist. Obviously, we can't just get rid of all the buildings, right? Uh, but if the temperature outside was just a little bit lower, just because there are fewer sources of heat, because everyone just turned their ACs off and just opened their windows, wouldn't that mean that there would be, like, the temperature that sorry, not temperature, the amount of heat energy that all this concrete in all in the cities would be a little bit less than what it would be now? Hence, it would take a little bit less time for all this heat energy to just dissipate at night, and cities would feel cooler sooner at night. Like, here's an example, a very simple example, by the way. My Mine and my brother's room in our old house, not old house, like, not the house I grew up in, but like my actual parents' house. The house I grew up in was an apartment that my parents rented for a really long time. Like, at some point my parents were able to buy their own house. um Mine and my brother's bedroom was facing west. Hey, what's up, Ali? How's it going, man? All right, it was facing west. So at sunset, all right, like, at like start like from when the sun starts going down, obviously it, like, the sun is going to be like, just, I guess, yeah, like, heating up the concrete wall on the outside concrete wall of mine and my brother's room, right, towards the end of the day. And what I noticed was, even at like 9 or 10 in the evening, like, our room just still felt really, really warm. But when I walk into the living room, it's like, wow, this is great. Right? It's like, it feels really, I can feel like, oh, hey, it's evening. It's evening, it's quiet, and it's cool. But when I walk into my room, it still feels like it's like noon. Hey, what's up, Xavier? How's it going, man? I wonder how long the sun is gonna live for. 600 years seems generous. 600 years is like nothing in astronomic scales, man. 600 years is like nothing in astronomical scale. Um, from what I remember hearing, I think, like, scientists' estimate of, like, how long the sun is going to last is like uh somewhere in the neighborhood of like 10 billion more years, I think. Bro, don't grab information from the internet and yap here. We all know what Western did to this world. Historically, yes. In the modern world, no. Me, I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm good, but I wish I could stop yapping. I wish I could stop yapping and actually start doing stuff, so I could actually get stuff done. I have stuff that I need to do in Genshin. Me and my sister share a room. I sleep on a mattress alone because I have back problems. Oh man, that sucks. She sleeps on the bottom bunk. So the top bunk was used to store our toys and books. Sometimes we would study and do our homework on the top bunk, and it was great because we had the best wind ever. Hey, nice. Up there was the best weather ever. Yeah, that is something. Airflow is something that like, because I'm not like an engineer, right? I didn't go to school to study this stuff. It's something that I wish that I could figure out. It's something that I wish that I could figure out. Like, I know some basics of like how you're supposed to like design your house to have proper airflow, but it's all just like speculation and like, no, it's not speculation. I guess it's more like I it's more like guesses is all I know. Right, guesses, and like I guess I get ideas from others as well, and their ideas seem good, right? And like, for example, you know how houses way back in the day, especially in colder climates, right? They all had chimneys. They all had chimneys because there was a fireplace. Their houses had a fireplace. And the okay, like an example of this is my wife's parents' house, and my grandma's house. My wife's parents' house and my grandma's house. So my grandma doesn't use wood to cook anymore. She has a stove. She's used the stove and like LPG for quite a few years now. But she still has a in the Philippines we call it an abuhan. It's more like shoot, how do I describe this? It's like a stove, but it's just made of concrete, and it's just a stove for like without a stove. I don't know how to put it into words. It's a stove without a stove because you just use wood, like you just burn wood there, like like firewood, to cook stuff, right? It's a stove. It's a wood stove. Yeah, there you go. Right, and obviously your smoke has to go somewhere. So obviously you make a chimney, right, so that the smoke goes up, because most people know already that warm air is lighter than cold air, and obviously smoke coming from fire is warm air, warmer than the surrounding, so it's gonna go up, right? And now that's the thing though, is now because you are, when you cook, you are pushing air, you're making warm air because you have a fire going, and it's moving, you're making it move up because you're making warm air. And the fact that you have warm air going up, obviously it's gonna leave a vacuum in your house, in the rest of your house. So as long as you leave windows open and the door open, this vacuum, obviously it's not gonna happen down here on the ground, right? So the fact that the warm air is going up, it's going to pull in, well, not cold, but like air that is cooler than the warm air that's going up. All the lower temperature air that is like outside the house is gonna get pulled in because the warm air is going up the chimney, because, well, you're creating heat, and thus now you've introduced some form of circulation into your house. And all right, and I specifically remember this because every time I go to my wife's parents' house, their kitchen is always, like, on a really hot summer day, their kitchen is always the most comfortable place to be in, because like it's like somehow, some way, even though you're inside, it feels like there's always a breeze, and it's because of the chimney. And I also saw this really short documentary about air circulation in structures, in homes and buildings. And they also pointed out that a lot of large structures in the past, like and when I say in the past, I'm not just talking about like 50 years ago. I'm talking more about like hundreds of years ago. Like a lot of large structures in the past always had this like tall some in like somewhere in the middle of the structure always had this like tall tower. uh it is HVAC system, RJ. Is that real? Or sorry, hang on. Question. Are you telling me that it's an HVAC system because like what I'm describing right now literally describe like is the definition of an HVAC system, or is this actually what it's called? Is this actually what everyone calls it and I just didn't know about it? But yeah, going to like large structures in the past used to almost always have this like tall like tower somewhere in the middle of the building, and that tall tower always had like large openings up top. And like again, taking the concept of warmer air is lighter than air that is lower temperature than itself. Like having this opening in the middle of your house somewhere means that all the higher temperature air is gonna go up through there, therefore pulling in lower temperature air. I mentioned lower, like comparative, right? Because it's just because you're pushing out warmer air doesn't mean that immediately the air around your house is cold. And homes and structures, like buildings, right? Like no one really designs structures with airflow in mind anymore. I mean, I guess sure, some homes, but like imagine like New York, right? Like the Empire State Building, I imagine was not made was not made without air conditioning in mind. I mean, I guess 100 years ago. Wait, I guess when was the Empire State Building made? I imagine the Empire State Building was made before air conditioning. But I mean, like you look at the shape of the building, man. It clearly just does not like include airflow in mind. Air regulation system we talk about as part of an HVAC system. Oh, I see. Works in a company called Burger. Hey, nice. I love burgers. RJ, what's your major? You're exceptionally intelligent in every sector. Marine transportation? No, I just like random pieces of knowledge. They don't really ever help me. They don't really ever help me in like day-to-day life. But I like knowing about it. I just like knowing about stuff. Not gonna say we're innocent, just that I think it's morally okay to own air conditioning in the grand scheme of things. Oh yeah, I know. I mean, like the thing is, like we've already, we can't backpedal now anymore. Like with the thing that I'm talking about, like that everyone should just stop using air conditioning, right? Like you can't do that anymore now. You can, but you would just be miserable. Like everyone would just be miserable, right? Because like think about it. Like in China's like the most obvious example of this, because like China and like Asian countries in general, but like most especially China, right? Like almost everyone there lives in like average people. I'm talking about, right? Average people. Almost every average person there lives in an apartment building. They live in a condo. They live in a condo. They live in one of like the square units inside of this tall rectangle that is stood up on the ground. This single rectangle that is one of what like 50 in like in the area, right? And like okay, you already have, again, going back to buildings made of concrete, which means they absorb heat energy and they store heat energy and they dissipate them really really slowly, so then at night when you're supposed to sleep you just can't sleep without air conditioning because everything is just warm because it's all concrete. And on top of that, all these structures cannot be designed with efficiency in mind. Like they're all clearly designed for efficiency nowadays because there are just so many people, and we just somehow have to find a way to fit like X number of people in X amount of space, right? Because we would want more people to be closer to where they need to be, like school or work. And so obviously you're not going to be able to design good airflow anymore, right? And we've done that for a really long time now. So we can't just like, yeah, again, like we just cannot backpedal anymore at this point. It's a moral and ethical concern in the Western world and for people in developing countries just trying to keep the food on. It isn't not blaming them, it's just reality. What's your religion? I am Catholic, but I'm not a particularly religious person. But I do, I guess, believe. I don't know how to put it. Like I believe in like I believe in it. I believe in like religion and like what religion, like the Catholic religion specifically stands for. But I don't just follow what people tell me to do. Like I understand that there's reasons for some of the stuff that they tell you to do. Like man, I can't remember the stuff that they this is a little embarrassing, honestly. I went to a very not specifically a Catholic school, right? But like the school's name is literally the name of a saint, and we literally had a religion subject like from I think from like second grade or from first grade every single year until the day I finished high school. It's a little embarrassing to say that I've forgotten like most of what they've taught me. But like I don't see how like saying like specific prayers a specific number of times together with other specific prayers a specific number of times is supposed to help you out. Like I understand it somehow comes from like at some point tradition, like from a couple of hundred years ago, maybe a few thousand years ago. But I don't know. Like I sort of what I do is like oh boy, I don't know if I should be going into religion stuff. I am walking on. I feel like I'm walking in a minefield here. I'm just gonna stop, right? I'm just gonna stop. I'm walking into a minefield here. There's just no way to walk through this field without stepping on a mine. Maslow's hierarchy of needs. You can only worry about mastery when you have survival intact. That is true. That is definitely true. RJ, my colleagues are doing research in HVAC system that doesn't use energy. Just the design. The building is enough for coiling and heating. Ooh, hey, what's up, Do-Young? Hey, Do-Young, good to see you again, man. How have you been, man? Haven't seen you in a while. In my country, there's Schools and colleges that have father in college, and and school instead of principal, huh? Father in college and school instead of principal. What? So, father, like religious father. Sorry, like priest. You mean priest? I guess you're talking about a priest. Okay. Yeah. About Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Is that a thing? Okay, that sounds like a name, Spartan. I don't know about this, but I agree with it. And because like at some point in the past, I got into like this like MLM, like they call it multi-level marketing like thing, right? It's a they called their business multi-level marketing, but what it really was is like just a slightly different form of a pyramid business structure. But it, like I don't know how it is in other countries, but here in the Philippines, like these like businesses, like the way they operate, usually like a lot of the people that are already in their, I guess, system are like, when you talk to them, they just seem so like positive all the time, and they're always like, they're like it feels like everyone's an entrepreneur, and it just feels like everyone is always like, when there's a problem, they never think about like whose fault was it, right? Like they're just always like, okay, how do we solve this? And okay, now that we've solved this, how do we make things better? Like they're just always in this kind of mindset, and it's amazing. It feels amazing, being surrounded by like all these like very innovative and very objective people, and but because of the way that they live, right? Like, and obviously they're already in the system, which means that they've already gotten their own like little pyramids working, which means they are very likely going to be in a much better financial state than some of the people who are just starting out. So the way that they talk about money is they keep saying that, like, they keep telling you they keep telling you about like, oh, instead of like spending your 30 pesos today, 30 extra pesos that you didn't need today on like snacks, instead you could just go without snacks today, right? Just go, yeah, just go without snacks today and save that 30 pesos, put it into a pool of money, and by the end of the month you'll have about 1,000 pesos. And now that, like, at the end of the month, now you've got about 1,000 pesos, now you can put that into a savings, or like you can invest it into something, and now you've got an investment going, right? Like, they're always thinking about it like this. But then, like, what they don't realize is that, yeah, so like survival, right? When you are just at the brink, just at this like just at the brink of survival, every time you have what you feel like is an excess of like 30 or 50 pesos today, like, hey, I made 50 pesos today that I didn't need to spend on just food and rent. Right. Eventually, you're gonna need that money, because eventually you're gonna have to like go on a trip, right? You're gonna have to go visit your parents, and now all of a sudden you have a non-recurring expense that you did not save money for. So either you save that money for these occasional non-recurring expenses that you know are going to happen but are not recurring, or every time you suddenly have to go on these, like you suddenly have to have these non-recurring expenses, you're gonna have to borrow money, right? So there's little things like these that people who actually have disposable income just do not understand. And yeah, you're just stuck there. Like, worry about mastery. Yeah, like you cannot spend any time at all mastering anything when, like, you're like every like 24 hours of your day, obviously except for sleep, is just spent on working for survival. You're waking up to go to work. You're coming home to rest. That's the only thing that you have available to you. You cannot spend any time at all like mastering anything else, or like to improve yourself. I don't know what they're called, but they're the head of that institute. I guess a priest. Yeah, a priest, or at least like someone similar to this. The school I went to in primary school was run by brothers. Now, do I know what a quote unquote brother is? I don't know. We called them brother, but from what I understand, these brothers, they're sort of like priests in training. But at the same time, it also, I think, like the way they describe it is, it seems to be like a different. It's in the same industry, but it seems to be a slightly different career path from becoming a priest. Yeah, because like I don't ever remember any of the brothers that were in charge of the school becoming a priest or like planning to become a priest. I don't know. It's complicated. Can't even see chat without getting a notification from my school group chat. That sucks, man. We played Delta Force. It's so good. The name sounds familiar. The name sounds familiar, but no. Oh. Whoa. Random artifact stuff. Two-piece glad. 6223. A little too much crit damage, not enough crit rate. Oh man, who do I borrow? Is there mine? Oh, okay. Probably gonna borrow my own Ganyu. There are no character. Oh, how about this? It's not even fully built. Okay. Wait, why is... Oh, Hu Tao, okay. Alright, I guess I'll just have to borrow my own Ganyu. Yeah, okay. Man, that was a lot of yapping.
さっさと片付けちゃう。
This is a... Oh, okay. Darn it. Hydro. Okay, I do have a cryo character at least. I don't think I ever got to the point of one of my yaps there earlier. But I guess like one of the things that I wanted to say was that, like, in a perfect world, like Madara could just genjutsu everyone into suddenly stop using their air conditioners, but it wouldn't be the only solution to the problem. Obviously, there would have to be a lot of changes in the infrastructure, like in housing infrastructure, and not just like the way homes are designed too. Like, you also now have to design cities differently, because as we stand right now, cities have to be designed like we have these like, nowadays, like countries are just built on like having like several like extra large cities where everyone just has to be there. Instead of doing that, I think we could like really benefit from like splitting up these extra large cities into like, and I cannot imagine how we would even do this, how it would even be possible with the current way that society works, and the current way that employment works. I think a lot of that also has to change. But if we somehow manage to like split apart these large cities that we have, he's in the domain. Impossible. Hey, and all it took was like an hour and a half of yapping, huh? This ain't RJ. Just leave imposter. Let's leave imposter. Yeah, and I think if we somehow manage to like split apart these like say one large city, like for example New York, for example, if we split New York apart into, I don't know, like 20 smaller, well, they would still be all one city, right? But like, instead of like having everything like so tightly packed in like downtown New York, like we would split it apart and like spread it out a little bit wider to where there would be like multiple like downtowns, right? In that way, like people could just people would work in like one of these like several like downtowns, and they wouldn't have to be forced to all live in like this tiny area to as close as possible to where they need to go in the middle of one like downtown. In that way, we could actually like, we don't actually have to design homes like, you know, like these tall like apartment buildings and condos, because we wouldn't have to fit in. Like, I mean, America has enough land. Like, America has plenty of land. Yesterday you complained about not being able to do internet Imaginarium Theater because you yapped too much. Well, here I am. I mean, like, I'm here, right? I'm here and I'm just about to do it. I'm like sort of running out of time. It's getting late, but I still have time. So I think I'm just gonna stop. But hey, I think that was a good, like, I wish I knew better words to express like a lot, like everything that I'm thinking of in a more efficient way, or like in a more coherent way, and in a more digestible way, because I feel like a lot of what I'm saying right now is just like bleh. I feel like I'm just vomiting words. Okay. You are going to help a lot. You too. I guess, whatever. Alright, sure. I can't imagine doing Imaginarium Theater off stream anymore. It's just so, like, I don't know about, it's not boring, but it's also just, I don't know, I don't like it. And I don't want to have to, like, and if I did Imaginarium Theater off stream, it means that more of my attention would be focused on, like, actually doing it. And I feel like that would be painful. I feel like that would be painful, like if I wasn't distracted by something. Oops. I almost timed that really poorly.
疑似ようか。今こそ誕生の時。
はいチーズ。失礼。
I deeply regretted staying till 3 a.m. the other day. I hated school. I had school and waking up 2 hours after, and felt like dying. So I'm gonna rest now. Good night. Today was fun. Hey, I had fun today too. Actually, I had fun today. Like I like talking about that stuff. Um, it, they're the kind of topics that get some people heated over because it's hard to avoid giving your own opinions, your own subjective, I mean, they're objective, but there's also going to be some subjectivity to those opinions, and sometimes these different opinions differ between people, and if that's your opinion, typically when you have an opinion, then your opinion is generally what you think is right, and so do other people, and sometimes when there's a difference, then it can get heated. Content idea. Oh, what is it? Ryo. Geo? Ooh, there's this guy. Gonna need Geo for that guy. Oh, I guess I also need Geo. Okay, you know what? Never mind. I need Geo very soon. Yap together with stream. So, you mean get on Discord? I'm sure Mr. J. Yeah, you mean Discord, where everyone would be talking over each other the whole time? No, read message above that. Oh. Huh? What do you mean? Yeah, what do you mean by Yap together with stream? You can yap with your voice. And how would the quote unquote stream? We shall become keyboard warriors. I can barely keep up with messages. When there are at least 4 or 5 people, and you're all getting really into the conversation. It's dude, I can't keep up with it anymore. Especially when I have my own thoughts as well that I want to get out. Obviously, I'm speaking and speaking. I'm trying to express what I want to say, and then a message suddenly comes up. Obviously, I'm not gonna suddenly stop just to read it out and respond to it. I have to at least finish my previous point. But yeah, I mean, isn't that what we do? Isn't that what we already do that? We already do that, especially for the past hour or two. That's literally what we've been doing. It's just, meh. You're not obligated to read everything. Yeah, I do understand it. There really have been times recently. Sorry, by the way, I'm keeping you up again. There really have been times, in the last while, a couple of months to 6 months to a year, where people just I get it, they just they notice that they're the only one chatting, or there's 2 or 3 people chatting, and they just hog up the whole chat, and especially because some people, the way that they chat is they're used to chatting just DMing people, right, where it's just literally a one-on-one. And so the way that they type their messages is 5 words. Okay, that's one thought. 3 words, another thought. 1 word, another thought. Okay, a whole paragraph, one thought, right? And then that takes up all the chat space, especially because I don't turn slow mode on. I mean, it just feels weird to turn slow mode on when there's 10 people watching and only 2 people chatting. but I really felt like turning slow mode on. Like I've really felt like turning slow mode on like a few times the past 6 to 12 months, just because there are people that come in like that. And man, there have been quite a few kids that have, and when I say kids, I'm not talking about like kids like they're kids. It's just fine, right? I understand. My bad. Spartan, I do not consider you to be one of these people that I'm talking about. I'm a perpetrator of that. Well, you definitely are one of them. But you, at least like when you notice that there are a lot of people in chat, I've noticed that you do slow down, so you're sort of okay. I think you also. I think the reason you slow down is because when a lot of people are messaging, for some reason, yours and like a couple other people's messages just seem to be the ones that I somehow miss most of the time. I think that's also why you slow down. But you know, at least you're not trying to like just force like brute force your like my attention. Right? Like there's just some people that just come in here like, hey, do this, do that, hey. Like, did you see my message? Okay, you do say stuff like that. Like you don't directly say that, but you're like RJ, and then like what is that even called? That symbol, the up thing. It stops sending messages and like small messages. I do that even in DMs. In DMs, it's fine because like we could just like everyone like you two are expected to like read each other's messages. Like it's a one-on-one, right? But if it's like a group conversation, then it gets crazy very fast. Especially if it's two or more people doing it, man, it gets crazy real fast. Oh man. Okay. Anyway, I think I've kept you up for long enough, wrong person. I understand like how that feels. Like earlier, what you said, like you just feel like you want to die, right? Because you just like you stayed up late last night, just because whatever, right? I mean, like you were. I mean, it's not always just whatever. Sometimes you're like, okay, just 5 more minutes. Okay, just 5 more minutes. Just 5 more minutes until like you realize, like, wow, it was like 2 hours ago since I started 5 more minutes. I started saying 5 more minutes to myself. And then like when you finally have to actually do whatever it is you need to do the next day, like go to school, go to work, whatever, you just feel awful. Dude, I've experienced that several times. I'm really, really irresponsible, especially several years ago. In my customer service days, I was like that, especially because it was a night shift. It was really hard to fall asleep during the day. And I just, like, most of the time, I was just like, screw it. I'm just not gonna sleep. I'll just sleep tomorrow after work. I don't have enough time to sleep anyway. Right? And then when I get to work, like 20 minutes like after my shift starts, I'm like, oh, kill me. It's like it feels awful. All right. Good night, wrong person. Take care, man. Hey, Spartan. I have a question, by the way. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but like I seem to have this for some reason. I seem to have this stereotype that your account is a little bit more horizontally invested than vertically invested. It's still vertically invested, but like more horizontally invested. Am I right? Is my reading on your account right? Darn it, I don't know which ones I want to do. This is gonna be annoying. This is probably the least annoying. Okay, whatever. Let's reset. Let's see if we can get one more character. Darn it. Yikes. Okay, it's just gotten more cringe now. Okay, we can get one more character.
網を引きに行きまし
Alright,
ょう
well, that's something. Oh. Oh. Okay. I'll take that. Hmm. Who do I need Yelon for? Hmm. Ah, this is annoying. Okay, whatever. I come, my beloved. Hey, Spartan. I feel like your thing is like delayed. Like I feel like you're watching like several minutes behind. Are you okay? Whenever you hear this, like let me know. Hey, what's up, Ozzy? How's it going, man? Oh.
どいてこの祈りを聞きなさい桜吹雪シャルドットが補導します
Oh, that was nice. Very well executed.
いらっしゃい守るために戦わずはいチーズせい失礼取ったやっやっ特ダネよどいてほっやっはいチーズいらっしゃいこの祈りを聞きなさい神里流消滅雪を前へまさか踊りなさい
Oh god. Oh god. Oh good. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Here we go. Okay. Hopefully this will be the end of it. There we go. I just run and come back, talking with my dad and stuff. Oh, I see, I see. Okay, sure, sure. You, I forgot I had Eula. Oh, I think Eula might be useful against this guy. Oh geez. Okay, I think I'm gonna go with that.
は立てたの
Uh, iced coffee. You know, I haven't when I was much younger, I used to appreciate no, like actually really like iced coffee. And not just like iced coffee, you know, like some of these like really expensive I guess I don't know what they're called, like expensive not hot coffees from coffee shops. I used to love them. And nowadays, like I guess some of them like do taste good, but not because of the coffee anymore. They taste good because of all the other ingredients. Bougie, I don't even know what that is, man. Lattes, I have no idea what they're called. But now like, okay, I have a thing with coffee, right? Like I avoid coffee like it's the devil. Ooh, I wonder if this team's gonna actually have enough DPS. But whenever I do drink coffee, I prefer to drink it hot, like just barely hot enough to where like I'm forced to like take small sips of it and not just gulp it down. You love. I don't need fancy. I just like literally coffee, ice, and cream. Not Starbucks BS. Yep. Yeah. In fact, nowadays, like when I want coffee, I just black. I just like drinking it black. Coffee for me nowadays is just strictly like practical. Sometimes I do take a sip of whatever concoction my wife makes. It's nothing special. It's just like some of those like 3-in-1 like instant coffees that she sometimes like puts in the fridge to make it cold, and she puts milk in it, and what else does she put in it? Yeah, I think she puts Milo in it too, like like Nestle Milo, and I like it. I just like taking a sip of it just to see like what it tastes like. But like whenever I do drink coffee nowadays, it's mostly practical. And as I'm taking small sips of coffee, like that's straight up just black coffee, no sugar, no cream. I like it. Like for some reason, even though it's bitter, I like it because I'm like, this is coffee. Who's Milo? Milo, like Nestle Milo, like the chocolate drink Milo. Do I need Eula for anything? Oh, not Eula, Yelon. Oh. Wait, I might need Yelon for that thing. Well, I need Yelon for anything else after. Okay, I don't know what else I'm supposed to put in this team. Maybe... No, that'd be a waste. Darn it. I need Zelonin for... This is... See, like having this like 2 vigor thing in Imaginarium Theater is really why I hate Imaginarium Theater so much. Child is still worth it in 2025? Funny. Okay, whatever. Alright, we'll go Eula. Oh, no. I haven't bursted yet. That actually did decent damage. You know, I really like Eula's Japanese voiceover. I really like this anime called, I think it was like 86, 76. Oh jeez, I can never remember the name of this anime, but it's literally just a number, just 2 digits. I believe it comes from a novel. Child, Mawika said Lolly Bennett is his best team. Wheelchair team. 86. Oh, 86. 86. 02. 02 is not the name of the anime she's from. 02 is just the name of the character, I believe. I think the anime name is 69. Nice. I think the name of the anime is Darling something. Darling in the Franxx? Yeah, Darling in the Franxx. Yeah, I think 86 is right. Mawika, Sit Lolly, Bennett is everyone's best team, technically. Hence, yeah, that's the point. That's the point of what Spartan. Yeah, that's the point of what Spartan said. The doggy style robot anime, man. I could not have said it better. It's actually a very good way to put it. The doggy style robot anime. Jeez.
今回はどんな問題だ
Protect the monolith. Oh my god, this is gonna be real cringe. I think Venti can crowd control these guys. RJ, would you ever C6 your Benny? Already did, man. Only on my first and third accounts, though. Only on my first and third accounts. Reason for it was because of Jianyun. I do not have Jianyun on my second account, so I didn't bother C6ing him over there. WRJ based. Hey, cheers, mate. Like, they literally control the robot and... Yes, they do. You know, like, what's funny is that it actually does have... I don't know about good, but, like, the story is, like, at least deep. Like, I like the world building, at least. I like the world building. And I think... like, the whole, like, doggy style thing is just there to reel people in. I think that's what it's for. Oh, well, I hope that's what it's for. Oh, you know what? I guess it is to reel people in and to keep them from getting bored for, like, parts in the story that gets boring. It's like, that's literally the only reason why I still follow One Punch Man. I'm just constantly waiting for the next moment when someone realizes how strong he is. That is the only thing that I'm waiting for in One Punch Man. I'm not even like, it's... One Punch Man has been just annoying the past year. Like, with the creator constantly rewriting. Like, he's rewritten this, like, the past several chapters, like, several times already, like 2 or 3 times. And the movie has just stopped moving forward for a year. And now I don't even know what the new path is, like what the new story is. I don't know which one's the right one anymore. The ending to Darling in the Franxx was a good ending, but not the one we wanted. That is true. That is true. It was a good ending. It was like a bittersweet ending. Just watch Lord of Mysteries when it comes out in June. Lord of Mysteries. I think I've heard of the name. Do I need Eula for anything else? Hmm. I don't know if I should be using the same team against this guy. Albedo. Oh yeah, that's right. Albedo's not here anymore. Okay, whatever. I'll just save up Team Nivelette for it. Okay, you. Okay. And darn it. Okay, what am I? Oh, that's 4 already. That's 4. I'm stupid. Use Farina? No, I'm saving Farina for these Farina and like Team Nivelette for these two. I just don't want to have to deal with their BS. Like I don't want to have to deal with their attack patterns. Like I want these fights, these 2 fights to last to just go as quickly as possible. Because like I don't like their attack patterns. I hate them. I hate their attack patterns. So I want their fights to go as quickly as possible. Is this the new Spiral Abyss? No, Hunko. This is just this is called Imaginarium Theater. The new Spiral Abyss hasn't even been announced yet. It hasn't even been officially announced yet. But rumors say that it comes out in 5.7. One Punch Man can get super boring really fast. It really can. It really can get super boring really fast. And that moment when, like, moments when people realize how strong One Punch Man are really the only reason why I still watch it. Like, I guess you might even say that it's the only reason why I haven't really watched it. I just read the manga. I also watched season 1 and that's it. I love that he bounced up. That was funny. Okay, come at me. Oh, nice. These 2 are following me. Good. Come over here, bro. Very good. Nice. Oh, I gotta freeze you guys. I froze him and then I just shattered him. Why is the other one knocked down? Oh, hey, you stop chasing that thing. You too. Oh God. Oh, this is nice actually. I just realized Eula's melee. So Candice is converting Eula's normal attacks into Hydro. Oh. You know, if Eula's normal attacks could do, say, like twice as much as they do now, I think Eula and like her burst was just a little bit better than what it is now. I think Eula could actually be viable in endgame. I don't know about how much better her burst could be to make her viable in endgame in 2025. I don't know, like another like if it could be like 250% of what it is now, I think Eula might actually be endgame viable. And if her normal attacks did about twice as much as what they do now, or like maybe even 3 times. Eula mains are what? Oh, mouse abusers. Okay. The frick is Imaging Theater. No, it says Imaginarium Theater. Imaging Theater. Just in case you ran out of supports for Nivellette. Ororon works really well with Nivellette. Yeah, but we can't use Ororon. That's the problem with Imaginarium Theater, is you can't use any character you want. If I was gonna use Ororon with Nivellette, that would be either in the overworld or in Abyss, Spiral Abyss, where I can actually use the characters I want. But yes, Ororon does work really well with Nivellette, since like literally Ororon is sort of like a electrocharge support. He, like, I don't remember what he does, but all I remember is that he's like good for electrocharge, and like Nivellette being hydro means like he's half of electrocharge. So yes, he would be good with Nivellette. Just waiting for Saitama to get with green hair dress girl. The one with the worst case of scrollers. Not really get together with Tatsumaki, but in the manga, I don't know if you read the manga or just watch the anime. I don't even know how far the anime is into the manga, by the way. But the manga has long passed where like Tatsumaki. Oh, you know what? Hang on. Do you mind spoilers? Like, let me know if you don't want spoilers. Let me know if you don't want spoilers before I get into this. But my Shangling artifact farming. I ain't farming Emblem anymore. I tried her in Abyss and was able to clear even with washed down teams. Hydro Eula, yep. Oh yeah. Like, I mean, like, even from back in the day, well, Xiangling clearly is a different level with 4 Emblem than she is without 4 Emblem. But back in the day, like, Xiangling, well, I understand like power creep and stuff, right? But back in the day, Xiangling used to be perfectly fine without Emblem. I was just saying it because everyone got free Ororon recently. Ito weapon, still good, but don't know about Ito. Ito weapon is actually good. Like, man, that much crit damage is never going to be bad. Only good for his abs, so not useful at all. Thomas Tatsumaki is crazy. Spoil it all. What was it again? Oh, I don't remember the beginning, but at some point, Blizzard, you know, like Tatsumaki's little sister. I don't believe it. That is not her little sister. Join the alternate cast. You gain 20 fewer Fantasia. Hang on. Combat 50. Where am I now? Oh, okay, that's not a problem actually. Ooh, okay. I guess this is when I get to use my freeze team. Ganyu. I don't have Rosaria yet. Darn it. Rosaria and Mona would have been real useful here. What about my Ito himself? He's still good. With if it's C0 R0, and if you have like C6 Goro, and Zelonin, and you have him decently built, he's still pretty decent in endgame. He's just not super good anymore. I guess like he really never was. Like he was pretty good when he was released, but he's never been like extra good. Like now you can still make him do endgame, but only if you have like everything. Like ideally you have his signature, like you have him at C0 R1, you have C6 Goro, and you have Zelonin, and you have Zhongli even. Like I don't know what else you could have. Ideally. If you don't, then he's gonna be somewhat mediocre. And you're gonna need much better artifacts to actually make him clear endgame content. Two-piece emblem, two-piece attack. Attack pyro, she works for all field pyro app. Of course, like just because she isn't built well doesn't mean like her kit doesn't work anymore. Of course it still works. She can still apply pyro off field. Maybe with the Chiori he gets to mid tier. But not much beyond that. Yeah. Are there any good artifact options for Dia with Nivelette? It depends on like what kind of team you're planning to put her in. If you're planning to put her in like Nivelette's rainbow team, like EM Raiden, EM Dia with either Nahida or Dendro MC, or Nahida or Dendro MC, then you I put that team together myself like back then, and I decided to go with 4 instructor and full EM on Dia. I don't know if it was a good decision, but it was okay. It was okay. What about Ayato? Tell me he's good, right? Nope. I'm sorry, man. I don't want to lie to you. I don't want to lie to you. Ayato is not good. Oh my god. Cryo characters, huh? I guess okay. Ganyu with Kuki. Ooh, okay, I guess Escoffier is fine. Hu Tao would do pretty well against this. Escoffier, Ganyu. It's so annoying. Like, why haven't they given me my Rosaria yet? Oh, Albedo's back, right? Wait, where's Albedo? Oh, it's, in the alternate cast. Jeez, that sucks. Okay, whatever. I guess I'll just use Hu Tao. I dare you to use Child. Sorry, man. I'm a Killjoy. Dares don't work on me because I'm a Killjoy. Oops. I can't hit this guy because, oh my god, and Hu Tao is just targeting the guy that he can't hit. She can't hit. Oh. Okay. We're good. What? I bursted, just somehow this bird did get hit? Alright, we're good. RJ, what levels build on your Lisa? Huh? Sorry, what? What does that question mean? What levels build on your Lisa? Built on your Lisa? My Lisa's not built. I think she's level 70. But she's just level 70 just so I had one more Electro character for Imaginarium Theater. But yeah, anyway, in the manga, at some point, Tatsumaki fights Saitama. It wasn't really a fight. It was more like, you're annoying. I'm trying to get rid of you. And like, she's like, huh, you didn't fly off into space. And then like, at some point, like just, Saitama's just fed up because at some point back then, Tatsumaki, he blames Tatsumaki for destroying his house. Back in City Z. So like when Tatsumaki looked like she was going on a rampage, Saitama just said, like, just tried to stop her, or like was just, you know, being, like, tried to tell her to stop destroying people's houses. And then like Tatsumaki was just constantly trying to get rid of him, and he just wouldn't, well, be gotten rid of. And then at some point Tatsumaki uses up all her, I guess, like, powers, and then she just faints. And then she was like, she now respects Saitama. I do not have the healer. I got rid of Kuki already. Well, this is cringe. This is really cringe. Hang on. What is my Mona on? Is she on Amber? No. Should I just use Navilla on this guy? Because like Navilla does self-healing, and I'm gonna take a guess that that counts as healing. So in that way, I could save up Zhongli and Albedo for the guy that has a shield, the Legatus Golem. Yeah, okay. Oh, that's Venti. Okay. I'm gonna save Venti for later. Alright, whatever. We're just gonna have 2 stacks. 2 draconic stacks.
創世の術騒ぐ
光り輝くがいい。
ただ私は下げす
じゃあ行くよ。カジャーン迎え僕の手のもとに。
討伐となるがいい
僕を称えよ世界の熱狂の
さて今こそ誕生の時褒美をされる私は帰る見えた私が誕生する前の
We all know King was the one who won that battle. Oh, yep, yeah, definitely. King, King was the true winner.
やっぱり私がいなきゃダメだね。
King was definitely the true winner of that fight. Okay. Are we talking about what? 7 deadly, excuse me?
水中弦が運命に逆らいません。低温調理ファンのように。
眠るのを諦めて
おさわり禁止。瑠璃のように落ちなさい。部外者禁止。運命に水。相関化粧。冷凍の時間よ。目も舌も満足させ。
パーフェクト
運命よ、ここにいでよ。
部外者禁止元王帝君のために
おさわり禁止。
部外者禁止
食前に甘いものを。
眠るの
The one where all the main characters are into kids for some. Oh my god. What even is this, Spartan? Oh.
楽しみだな。
Didn't realize that was all of my characters. Wow. Brilliant blessings. Oh, okay. That's a good one. Alright. Hydrocrystallize. Cryocrystallize. Hydro. Seven Deadly Sins. It had one good season, then it got real messed up. I sort of watched Seven Deadly Sins. I watched like a summary of it, and then I eventually actually watched like the anime. But I watched it in English dub and at X2 speed the whole way. I also didn't really finish it. Like I sort of just stopped watching when it like after that whole bit where who was the giant again? Like the girl giant and like the king of the fairies. Like when they got like transported back in time to see like what happened in the past. After that arc or like whatever that season was, I just stopped watching. Like I know that there's like one more season that I gotta watch, but I was like, okay, this is boring. I watched the first season when it came out. Oh wow, dude, I just watched it like about 4 months ago. I didn't even watch it like when it came out. When did it even came out? I know that it came out like many years ago. Like I think I was in college or high school. I think I don't remember. All I know is that it was a long time ago. Well, this is gonna work. Oh. Wait. If I do this, I won't have anything for this. I guess there's still Rosaria. Well, she's not really built for damage. Rosaria, Mona. Ooh. This is gonna be cringe. Shoot. I guess. Okay. $2015? I feel like it was much longer ago than that, but I also wouldn't know.
天道ここにあるや
この件はわかるかい？
運命には逆らえません。
カリウルコこの件はわかるかい？
おい、よっ。
難攻不落天理チョークはっ
Darn it, he dodged.
この件はわかるかい？
運命よ、ここにいでよ。
大ウルコ雨描きがたし
これが運命です。
RJ, where's Ali? I don't know. He was here a minute ago. Because I only had Netflix. Oh, I see. Okay, well, let me look it up then. Oh, dude. 2014? Really? 2014? Why do I feel like it came out before that? I'm legally allowed to feel old at 22. Legally allowed. I had to keep my anime interest secret back then because it still had not gone mainstream yet. Anime? Sorry, what years was this? Well, maybe I guess maybe not where you're where you're from. Anime became like pretty mainstream pretty early on over here. Like I remember my a lot of my friends were already like talking about anime this, anime that. Like not day in day out, because like video games certainly were a thing back then, but like it was like a whole mixture of stuff. People were talking about Naruto, Bleach, and One Piece. Man, all the way back from when I was in first year, yeah, like when I was in the first year of high school, yeah, when I was in 7th grade, like my classmates were already talking about. They looked so stupid. They were trying to memorize hand signs, like you know, like Naruto, like the different animal hand signs. They looked pretty stupid doing it, actually. At least not in my corner of the world. Right. And 2013, 2017, finally got a big round the pandemic locally. Obviously, there were people into it earlier than that, but it became socially acceptable to then to watch anime. Really, man, that's so. I'm trying to imagine it. Like, it feels so weird, like, because it's so different. Darn it. Okay. Hang on. Stop panicking. There we go. We're good. Even the biggest jocks got into it? Wow, really? Talking Naruto was like discussing the weather my last year before graduation. Oh, wow. Dude, like in your like town or city, anime got picked up pretty late, huh? Oops. Wrong button. Hang on. How do I end this? Can I... This is the last fight, right? Okay, this is the last fight. Still standing, never let... Hey, what's up, Yunji? You were quiet for pretty long there. Were you here the whole time? Okay. I think it's because North America associates it with children's cartoons. Then, as a society, we realized how quality it is once we got locked indoors. I guess that's true. I guess that is true. But you know, to this day, like I like the like mostly Japanese, like Japanese anime storytelling a lot more than I do Western cartoons now. Nothing wrong with Western cartoons. In fact, like whenever I see like 2D animated Western cartoons, whether it's old or new, I can just tell that like so much more effort was put into it. Like it's a lot more like work. Western cartoons seem a lot more work hard than work smart. Like when I look at the way that it's animated, like for example, like Tom and Jerry. For example, when I watch Tom and Jerry, I can tell that like every like little action, like someone had intended to actually animate it. Whereas like in anime, like there is so much. What's the word I'm looking for? There's so many like shortcuts that I can see them do, like take, like scenes where like really important dialogue is happening, but when you mute everything and you're just like paying attention to what's happening on the screen, you can actually see that nothing else in the entire frame is moving except the mouth. Like, and this happens very often, and it is just like it's like working smart. It's working smart, but at the same time, like they're somehow able to still tell whatever story they wanted to tell, even with like much less time. And when I say much less time, because like most of the time Japanese animators have much less time to animate like this stuff because well, you know, it's sort of like the anime capital of the world, right? So a lot of the animation studios are just like pressed for time, so they have to get this out soon because they have to start working on the next thing. And whereas like when you watch Tom and Jerry, you can clearly tell that so much more money and time went into like the same amount of entertainment. Three exceptions. Western cartoons are seen. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay. There. I have to do this again in 5 days. This is kind of painful. This is really painful. I don't. Man, I'm doing this today, and I'm not happy. In fact, it was painful. Like being forced to play characters in teams that they clearly weren't made to be put in. I hate it. I really, really hate it. And I can't believe it. I have to actually do this again in 5 days from now. Weird to watch. West animation genre in Japan is a medium. Yeah, that is true. That is true. Obviously, there were some anime, even early on, that were socially huge. Like my generation had Pokemon and Beyblade. Oh, you know what? I think that's why like Western countries saw anime as like children's cartoons because of Pokemon and Beyblade and stuff. Even though people were watching them, like they weren't watching them because like it was anime. People were watching them as just cartoons. But because like the storytelling was the way that it was, right? Like which is like typical anime. People sort of considered it as like something for not necessarily adults, but like for not just kids. And but like when they saw like, you know, that the characters in the shows were like children and they were playing with toys and stuff. And like everything was like always like happily ever after and stuff, right? Like they still saw it as for kids, but because it's anime, it's like Japan anime, the way that the stories were told, that the kinds of stories that were being told, still still catered to even older children, even teenagers. But still, they still had this like mindset. They still had this stereotype that oh, it's a cartoon for kids. Oh, Spartan. How about Zoids? Did you watch Zoids when you were a kid? Zoids was awesome. Like I think you'd be real disappointed. I think it'd be real sad if you didn't see Zoids. I don't know if it's worth watching as a grown up, but as a kid, it's like the coolest thing ever. Have it? Oh man, that sucks. That sucks. Like it's I didn't watch it. I didn't rewatch it like now as an adult, but I did get to see a couple of scenes because about a year ago, I let my son watch stuff on the internet, but I told him, okay, 3 episodes of Zoids at a time. 3 episodes today, episodes tomorrow, and tomorrow, like etc. etc. And like he loved it. He loved it, and because like I was, like I had to help him set it up and stuff, so I got to see a couple of scenes every now and then, or like whenever I passed by, like while he was watching. I don't know if I would watch it now as an adult. I feel like the story was like a little bit too simple. The dialogue was like a little bit too simple, and like again, like, because it's like anime, like Japan just has a really different like standard for quote unquote adult and or children's entertainment. They just have very different mindsets over there. And the way that the story is told, like the kinds of jokes that they put into it, do not seem like something that you would see in a Western cartoon for kids. But they're not like terrible. They're not like adult jokes. Like it's just very different. And like it's something that even a teenager or even an adult can appreciate. But I wouldn't want to rewatch it as an adult. But as a kid though, it's definitely worth it. If you're 9 years old, if you're 12 years old, like definitely watch Zoids. Definitely not the new Zoids, whatever. Watch the OG Zoids, like the first one. Dinosaur King. I don't think I've heard of that before. Dinosaur King. I remember seeing this a few times on I think it was Cartoon Network. But this was like in the 2010s already. Yeah, I was in college. I was in college. What was I doing? What was I doing in college watching Cartoon Network? Don't ask. There was also, oh man, there was also another one. So there were like these like pretty big anime from when I was a kid. So like Zoids was definitely like the first one. No, Yu-Gi-Oh was the first one. Yu-Gi-Oh, and then there was Zoids. I forget. I'm not sure if it was like which one came first, Yu-Gi-Oh or Zoids. And then at some point it was Beyblade and then Crush Gear. I think you're probably about a generation ahead of me, RJ. I think so. I mean, like I'm literally. Well, I think you're 22, right? I'm literally 10 years older than you, I guess. So, makes sense. I was watching by the way, I was watching these like about 8 or 10 years before you did. But then again, like like you said, anime did get picked up by the general population where you're from a lot later. So it makes sense. Yu-Gi-Oh, man, it was a big deal. Yu-Gi-Oh was a pretty big deal. I was really just disappointed because like original, like real Yu-Gi-Oh cards were super expensive, man. They were super expensive here. So people, a lot of kids here just had to make do with like the fake Yu-Gi-Oh cards. But the problem with them too, the problem with fake Yu-Gi-Oh cards is like for some reason they're trying to make fake Yu-Gi-Oh cards. They're literally using the same pictures, the same like card names, the same like monster or whatever they were called names. But then like they copied everything, but they didn't copy like their power levels or like their defense stats, like their stats and like their effects or whatever. For some reason they would just come up with their own like stuff. Like they're already copying 85% of it. Why not go all why not go all in at 100%? And it was just so annoying that because I was only using like fake cards that I couldn't play with my friends who could afford real Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Because we all just knew that like, okay, well, whatever your cards say are not real. And it would be unfair to them. The anime for Yu-Gi-Oh was huge in elementary, but the actual cards were basically non-existent growing up. Pokemon cards, on the other hand, became a part-time business with people hustling during recess. Oh my god, really? I mean, I know that's a thing, like even in America. From what I remember, Yu-Gi-Oh became a thing in America. Because, well, not like that big, but there were some... It was a niche. It was a niche thing, but whoever was into it was really into it. That's what I understand it to be. Yu-Gi-Oh culturally is closer to the Magic Gathering, the Dungeons and Dragons, than to Beyblade and Pokemon. Oh, okay, yeah, that is true. That is true. It's a lot closer to those IPs. Oh, speaking of Dungeons and Dragons, have you seen the Dungeons and Dragons movie? The trailers look pretty good, but I haven't watched it yet. I can't help but feel like it's disappointing. Just like a lot of the other, well, cash grabs, so to speak, in the last decade. I've seen 1 or 2 clips of it, and it seems okay, but I don't know. I'm still skeptical. I thought it was good, but not the best thing in the world. Okay. Like for example, Jumanji, right? Oh, how would you rank it next to Jumanji? Like, you know, Jumanji with The Rock in it. Like the movie, I didn't like Jumanji. Like the only the only reason why I stuck it out to the end of Jumanji was because like Karen Gillan was in it. And like I just like looking at her. every scene that had her in it, I was like, okay, I'm sort of enjoying the movie at least. And like Karen Gillan isn't exactly like the prettiest like Hollywood actress out there. But she, I don't know, like she looks good in like a lot of her different outfits. So if Robin Williams Jumanji is a 10, Jack Black's is a 5. Wait, oh yeah, oh dude, I forgot Jack Black was in it. Yeah, then D&D is a 7. Okay, okay.
とても好きです
All right, all right. That seems like it's a warrant for a watch. Cool, cool. Ah, speaking of Jack Black, man, the Minecraft movie. Man, I knew like when I saw the first trailer, I like instantly knew it was gonna be bad. Like really, really bad.
仕事
Like
仕事がまだ
so bad that we will remember it for being
いい
bad.
のでしょうか
I totally get it. Redheads in tight clothing, Scarlett Johansson. You know, for some reason, I was never really into Scarlett Johansson. Like with like the Avengers stuff, like first phase Avengers. Like she looked good, right? Like, but like, I preferred like a lot of the others in the series, like Agent, what was her name? Shoot, Hill, something Hill. Agent Hill. I don't know whoever it was. Like I liked her in her uniform a lot more. Maria Hill. And like she action scenes, like I never saw her in action scenes. Like I would really only see her in like 1 or 2 second clips. By the way, like really only 1 or 2 second clips. But then like those 1 or 2 seconds, like just she, I don't know if it was her. I don't know if, because like it wasn't always showing her face. Like it was probably just her stunt double. But like she just always looked good. And even if it wasn't her, at the very least it had her proportions. It had her proportions and she just looked good in them. Canadian. Oh really? She's Canadian. I see. That's pretty cool. I also suddenly remembered this clip of the same actress, don't know what her name is, from this really old TV show, which like looking at the video quality, I'm assuming was from the mid 2000s, because it was it looked like it was like film quality, like film camera quality. And she was in a scene with darn it, famous face, but I don't know the name of. How I Met How I Met Your Mother. Yeah, How I Met Your Mother. That scene where you probably know what scene I'm talking about. Oh, that's it. That's him. Okay, Neil Patrick Harris. Yeah. Yeah, you probably know what scene I'm talking about, man. I was like, whoa, hang on. I knew she looked good, but I didn't know she looked that good. When I saw the clip, I was like, that was the only thought in my mind. That show is full of her in. Whoa, really?
芝生に寝転が
For some reason, I kept hearing about the title of that show back in the 2000s, but I never got to see it. I don't know how. Like, what channel was it even on? Was it on Disney? I don't know. She's an easy 9 out of 10. Oh yeah, definitely. She is like when you look at her face though, right? When you put her like in like a dress, like really formal clothing that covers up a lot of skin, like, and you just like you mostly see her face and then just a beautiful dress. Like it's easy to pass her off as like a right? Like, right? Like it's easy to just like skip her. But like she's really low key. Like she's really low key. I think. Not Disney. Half the plot is guy sleeping around. Okay, so I that's probably why I didn't see it. Locally, we had it on ABC. Oh, okay. Well, I didn't have ABC. Growing up, I didn't have ABC. I'm sure like other,
仕事がまだ終わってません。
because we had local cable.
休んでいいのでしょうか。
We had local cable, and in my city, there were only there still are actually literally only two local cable providers, and they don't have like different like cable plans. They just have they're like, I want cable, and then they're like, okay, it's $7 a month, and then okay, they come by your house in the afternoon and they plug it in, and that's it. You have cables. And the different cable that they have like different channels. Like they have most of like the common channels like Disney or whatever, right? AXN stuff like that, HBO, Cinemax stuff. But there were like some random channels that one had that the other didn't. Like ABC, for example. The cable provider we were on when I was a kid didn't have ABC. Thank goodness though it had Jack TV. Now I remember Jack TV used to be a different channel when I used to watch WWE. Like WWE and WWF wrestling. What was the name of the channel? It wasn't Jack TV before. I don't remember what channel it was.
大地の鼓動が聞こえてきます。
The 2000s, the 2010s were dominated between that show, The Big Bang Theory, and Two and a Half Men. How about that 70s show? I got to see a couple of episodes of that 70s show, but how popular was that 70s show? Oh, WWE nostalgia bomb. That was sort of out of nowhere, but yeah, it was definitely in those years. Definitely in those years. I don't know how popular that 70s show was, but I thought it was funny. Not really. It was more like 90s stuff. Okay, well, I guess maybe it was like just replays is what I was seeing then.
休んでいいのでしょうか。
世の中にこんな場所があったなんて。慣れない土地では地元のガイドを雇った方がいいぞ。
Man, WWE, because I watched so much of it, there aren't that many specific moments that I can recall off the top of my head, because like all of it was just like super hype. All of it, like most of it was just like super hype every time. There were like very, very few moments that I could recall, like Mick Foley jumping off of the cage. I don't remember who he was jumping at,
大地の鼓動が
but like Mick Foley jumping off of the cage, off the top of the cage, sorry, right into someone at the announcer's table. And like there were just a whole bunch of frog splashes from Eddie Guerrero. A whole bunch of man, I don't remember Chris Benoit's signature anymore. A whole lot of like Rey Mysterio, like yeah, like man, they really gave Rey Mysterio like a character, like because he was a small dude. They always made him into like the what's the word I'm looking for? The underdog. Prime John Cena, yeah. I got to catch a bit of The Rock a little bit before he just like took off. There were a couple of times when like The Rock would just make sudden and random appearances. But yeah, it was definitely like Prime John Cena. I made it to that time when like Randy Orton Triple H, Ric Flair, and Batista were sort of like a group. I don't remember what the group was called, but they were all like a group. And like there was a time when like Goldberg was like the one guy that was up against them all the time. Man, Goldberg was like a powerhouse, man. Goldberg and Stone Cold Steve Austin. Speaking of Goldberg and Stone Cold, man, like they were really funny in this movie called Adam Sandler movie, by the way. In this Adam Sandler movie called The Longest Yard. I don't know if you've seen it. If you haven't, I don't know. I'm not sure if you would find it funny. I feel like you might find it funny, but I thought it was hilarious. I mean, it's an Adam Sandler movie, and you're like, Adam Sandler movies. I don't know how he does it, man. He just like somehow manages to make like a good enough movie, that people actually enjoy watching it. So like he won't actually lose money off of the movie. He won't make billions out of it, but he'll make enough money to like actually make him rich. But like what I imagine it to be on set is just like a bunch of dudes just like okay, well I'm gonna say this and then like you're gonna say that, and like if you can come up with some other joke then okay, and then we'll try it. And then like as they're like reviewing the replay, everyone's just like laughing. Oh, the Great Khali was even in it. The Great Khali was in it. There's that big black dude that I just have never looked up the name of, like who was always like really funny. Adam Sandler is not my favorite, but he can make the odd gem every now and then. He can, you know, right? Like Click. I don't know if you've seen Click, but like Click is one of those odd gems. He Will Ferrell. I remember I don't remember watching that many Will Ferrell movies. I remember one in particular. Talladega Nights something. And now that I think back to it, I'm like, wow, I watched that thing. I mean, like I did watch it in the 2000s though. So no, not in the 2000s. I think it was like early 2010s. Like it was before I moved out. I was still in college. So like there was like, I guess, yes, there was internet. There was like, I had a PC, I had internet, I had YouTube, but a lot of the YouTube still wasn't like what YouTube is today. And so I still spent a lot of time watching TV. And I guess like, yeah, I watched it because there really was just nothing else. But yeah, Will Ferrell's brand of comedy is just, yeah, it's cringe comedy. Oh, speaking of Click, Adam Sandler Click, man, that the towards the end of that movie, that movie sort of like made me cry. Like when he realized that he'd missed out on life, and like it looked like he wasn't gonna be able to like live through it all again. That was like heartbreaking. That was really heartbreaking. And like when his dad died, and like he realized that he was just the jerk to him the whole time. Another movie, a Robin Williams movie, another comedian, Robin Williams movie made me feel very similar feelings. The movie is called Bicentennial Man. I don't know if you've seen it. It's not a comedy. It's a serious movie. It's a very it's the kind of movie that'll make you like question like what is a human? right? It's not as deep as like some of the newer like brain benders are.
道に迷わない能力って
First thought was Good Will Hunting. Oh, good dude. What was that movie again? I hang on. Good Will Hunting. I'm pretty sure I've seen that one. Oh, I have seen this one, but it's been so long that I don't remember it anymore.
芝生に寝転がると大地の鼓動が聞こえてきます。
Robin Williams is an easy top 3 actors all time, in my opinion. There are quite a few that I would put in that top 10 list. I can't remember all of them off the top of my head, but I would definitely say Robin Williams is up there. Robin Williams, shoot, Leonardo DiCaprio is up there too. Wolf of Wall Street. Some of my like favorite Leonardo films are Wolf of Wall Street, Catch Me If You Can. Shoot. There's one more that I remembered it just now and then like I suddenly lost it. Oh, The Revenant was pretty good. The Revenant. Leonardo DiCaprio, Robin Williams. I also really like Christian Bale. Yeah, I also really like Christian Bale.
仕事はまだ終わってません。休んで
Even
いい
his
ん
worst
でしょうか？
movies, like Flubber. Flubber, I remember that one. Are still still funny and saying how good Robin was. Gone too soon. Yeah, man. Gone too soon. That's true. I agree with that. Who else? So, Christian Bale. Joker. What was his name? Darn it. Heath Ledger. There you go. Heath Ledger. Now, I haven't seen too many Heath Ledger movies. I've really only seen 2 of his movies. Obviously, The Dark Knight as Joker. The other movie was A Knight's Tale. Not a very like block. Not I don't know if it was like a big deal in cinemas, but when I saw it on TV, I thought it was okay. I thought the movie was cute.
道に迷わない能力って天賦の才って言えるかな。
But yeah, like his Joker was definitely like my favorite, like one of my favorite portrayals of a fictional character ever. Like the Aladdin genie, he had to set himself free. Oh God, that's yikes! What a that's not wrong. I don't know. I don't know if his family would appreciate hearing that joke though. Jim Carrey I would say is like surprisingly up there. Like he's not always playing serious roles. Like a lot of his like biggest roles were just like him being like 200% energy. Like Ace Ventura and The Mask, among other roles. But like he like in Yes Man and Bruce Almighty, I like them in those as well.
芝生に寝
And there was this like what was the name of this movie? Pretty famous movie. The name of this movie where the Newman Show, I believe. Truman, not Newman. Truman Show. I also really liked his character in this what was this like superhero-ish movie with Chloe Grace Moretz and the actor who played Quicksilver in Avengers 2. The guy who like the sort of like the main character that the story followed was following around the story was following in Godzilla. Oh, Kick-Ass. There you go. Kick-Ass. I like Jim Carrey's character over there. Like very surprisingly, like wow, like very serious, very down to earth, like just very human.
仕事がまだ終わってません。
And of course, I
休んでいい？
yeah, that's it, Kick-Ass. Yeah, and of course, I loved him in Sonic. Sonic 3 was like, it was like okay, but Sonic 1 and 2, 1 especially, one oh no, actually, you know what? Never mind, 1 and 2, like, me, my wife, and my son, like we were all like laughing our butts off watching it. We were not there for Sonic. We were there for Jim. Well, I guess I guess our son was there for definitely for Sonic, but like me and my wife, we were there for Jim Carrey. Like I love how like man, I just think it was a perfect role for Jim Carrey. Like cuz like it's obviously it's a real person, right? It's live action, but it comes like the IP comes from a cartoon. So like how do you portray like a comical like cartoon villain as a real person? But like somehow Jim Carrey can do it just with how animated he is and how like energetic he is. This like for someone like dude, I don't know how old he is now, but I reckon he's up there. Like how old is he even now? $60 something? 63, jeez. 63. And he can still put out that kind of energy. I'm trying to recall like some other stuff that I've seen him in. You know, I don't know how I feel about Steve Carell though. I find his humor, like, I sometimes find it funny,
仕事は
but I also just sometimes find it
まだ終わ
dry.
ってません。休んでいいのでしょうか？
Ryan Reynolds plays the same character every movie, but it works. It does. Like he's some. It's like man, it's funny. Like he was like it feels like you know. Okay, when I first saw Deadpool, I was like, wow, this is Deadpool. And like obviously I already knew about Ryan Reynolds before then, right? Like but I never really saw Ryan Reynolds as like this like witty like like you know like mouth, right? Like I never really saw him as that. I just sort of like all the other movies that I've seen of him before Deadpool, I was always like, okay, well this is the character, so he's like playing the character. And I never really like until I saw Deadpool, I never really realized that was just him. And then when I saw Deadpool, I was like, oh yeah, that is just him. Like because like after Deadpool, like he was all in all these like interviews and stuff, and like I would just see that it's like, oh, that is him. It's not actually the characters that he was playing in all those movies. That actually is him. Hey, what's up, Mighty? Yeah. I mean, I yapped a lot, and like here we are now, just talking about like movies and stuff. Like, kind of feels like a Friday night with the guys. Unfortunately, it's really only Spartan and me. But hey, you're here, so you know if you don't mind joining us. I couldn't get into the office. I don't think I would enjoy The Office. The only like Steve Carell stuff that I like have been. So I sort of like Evan Almighty. I thought it was okay. It wasn't great, but it also wasn't terrible. I thought it was okay. Definitely far cry from Bruce Almighty, though. Very far cry from Bruce Almighty. I also really liked this like movie where he was some kind of spy, and Anne Hathaway was in it. I don't remember the name of the movie, but he was some sort of spy. Like there was this scene where he was in an airplane bathroom, and he was just trying to like cut like zip ties, and he was using like all this like fancy spy tech, and he was just failing so miserably, and it was hilarious. And I love that his face is always just like this like serious face, and then he's just like, oh. He's just never like smiling, and like he's smiling and like he's screaming and stuff, but he's just always like I don't know, his face is just always the way it is. With the exception of Green Lantern and his romance stuff, he has the same stuff all the time. Oh, I remember Van Wilder as well. He played a very similar character. Well, you know, it's like he played himself essentially. I sort of put Ryan Reynolds like in the same category as like Will Smith. Like, you know, when it comes to like kinds of actors, where they're like they just play themselves like all like in every role, and whoever the casting director is, like the casting director is like, okay, well we'll pick Will Smith because this is the character, the kind of character Will Smith is the kind of character that we've written as the main character of this movie. And same thing with like Ryan Reynolds. Well, since I'm back, I gotta ask a question from 3 hours ago you missed. Oh, okay. Are subscribers guests or customers? What a question. It depends. I think it depends on the conversation. Yeah, it depends on what context we're talking about. Subscribers, guests, or customers. Like if they come by to your stream, then at least for me, I see you guys as guests. Customers, I mean, I guess technically, because like you guys, well, some of you guys will see ads, and that gets me money indirectly. So customers, yeah, technically yes. Will Smith slapped his career away. The poor man has a wife that ruined him and his legacy. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what his like how his relationship with his wife is, but like I can't help but get this feeling that he's so like under his wife's thumb. And like he just like loves his wife so unconditionally. I can't help but feel like that's the sort of relationship that he's in. Like he loves his wife unconditionally, and he just like, even though he's, I mean, like the guy's probably happy, right? But like even though he is like constantly having to keep his head down, he still wants to like for the relationship to continue. Like I don't know, like that's sort of how I see it. It always feels like he's like always on, like you know, like at least the way I see it, like it feels like he's always on the verge of his wife leaving him, so that's why he always like constantly has to like oversteer towards that direction. Sleeps around, degrades him, and uses him for his money. It's sad to watch. Ooh, okay. Man, okay. I guess that is the kind of relationship he is in. That sucks. That sucks. %, stays with her for the kids. Ah, man. That's man. I feel sorry for the guy, man. I mean, I've never, like, Will Smith has never really been one of my favorites. Especially because, like, a lot of the time, the kind of characters Not all the time. Like I really liked a Cure for Happiness. Cure for Happy, like Happyness. Cure for Happiness, definitely one of my favorite movies of all time. There were a couple scenes in there that were like really heartbreaking and like gut wrenching. Yeah, man, that movie. Um, Especially like the bathroom scene. The bathroom scene, and like man, there were multiple movies that were just like but like some like occasionally, no, not occasionally, like pretty often actually, he seems to like his character seems to be always like this like highly, always highly respected, like general or captain or something. Like for example, in that movie, like in that movie where he was like some sort of like highly respected captain, and like the main character was his son, whatever his name is, and like that seems to be a pretty common role that he has, especially in movies that I could be wrong about this. I might be wrong about this. I actually don't know. I've never looked this up. But I feel like that movie, like he was probably the producer, or at least one of the producers. I kind of understand why he did that, but he feels like he's just me losing temper and breaking a door or something. That was like Mighty. That was probably just a man who who is struggling to keep his relationship intact. Not because he's a poor husband, but just because of I guess poor choices. Because like you saw him laugh at the joke. Like you saw him laugh at the joke, but then like when he noticed that like his wife was not impressed with the joke, he was like, "Okay, oh, I'm on your side now. Okay, just don't leave me, baby. Okay." Like that's sort of what it seems to me. I think yeah, okay, that was After Earth. I think that's right. Pretty sure that's right. Like and why I don't like why like yeah, that's one of the reasons why I don't like Will Smith. I mean like I don't hate the guy. It's just that I don't like him as well as much as I think I should for like how many movies of his that I really like. Like Men in Black. I love Men in Black. I love all the Men in Black. Well, except for the pathetic excuse of a Men in Black movie, the Chris Hemsworth one. What the heck was that, man? How, dude? How was that even greenlit? they should have just canceled that whole movie and just like wrote it off. Just, what was that even? He's a family man desperate for his wife and kids to succeed, but they walk all over him. That is true. That really is true. That's definitely like how it looks like. I mean, like obviously we don't live with the guy, but it really looks like that from the outside. Love isn't a gift. What about Johnny Depp? Johnny Depp. Can't he never act again? He's blacklisted too, I think. Before like the whole Johnny Depp ordeal, I mean, like I still really like Amber Heard, right? I just like, dude, like she's really attractive. I find her really, really attractive, right? But like, it was just really disappointing to hear about like all the stuff that happened, and to hear about like all like hear about what kind of person she is. Genuinely seems like a good moral person, but the people around him took advantage of his kindness. Everything around Amber Heard is just like her bed. You know, I once saw uh, Will Smith on slow mo guys. Yeah, slow mo guys. Like what's his name? Dan. Yeah, Dan wasn't there at the time. And like so it was just him and Gavin, and like I listened to him talk, and like it was clearly he clearly wasn't portraying a character. It was clearly just him being him, and he seems like a genuinely like good dude. Like not like overly nice, but just like a normal dude. I don't like Amber. Don't care about her look. She's pathetic and doesn't deserve to even be called ex-wife. I find Amber Heard really attractive. I really liked her as like in Aquaman. Aquaman. What was the name of the character? Mira. Yeah, I really liked her as Mira. Like aesthetically, I thought she looked perfect for the role. Acting wise, I don't know. Like she didn't really have that many lines. She didn't really have that many scenes. But I thought she looked really good. Well, I guess there was like was that Aquaman 2? I don't remember. I think it was Aquaman 1. Like the several scenes that she had like when they were like traveling all over the world looking for something. Yeah, it was like she looked great the whole time. But I don't know about acting. I also really liked her in like her very minor role in Magic Mike 2 rather. Yeah, Magic Mike 2. Like the way she just acted, like she just seemed like a regular old girl. I guess that, you know, I guess that tells me that like she's actually a decent actor. What other movies have I seen her in? I feel like I've seen her in at least one more, but I can't remember. Will seems like one of the few Hollywood men who never lost connection to reality. Yeah, I agree. Unfortunately, yeah, well, his family. You know what? I think maybe it's because he's so nice. I think he just spoiled his family. I think that's what happened. Maybe because he's so nice. Like he's just spoiled his entire family rotten. I saw the trailer Aquaman after the trial. I just laughed. Nah. I hear quite a lot of good things about Johnny Depp too, but I also hear quite a few bad things about him too. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about Johnny Depp. All I know is that I'm really disappointed that he'll probably never play as Captain Jack Sparrow ever again. Like I don't know. I'm pretty sure like there's like Captain Jack Sparrow is no more because of what happened. He seems weird. Yeah, like he definitely is. I'm nice, but only by respect. Yeah. Johnny Depp seems like one of those eccentric kinds of people. Lone Ranger was a bit of a hidden gem. I remember watching Lone Ranger, and I remember enjoying the movie, but feeling a little confused. I don't blame the movie. It was just me. Like I was just watching it in the background, like while I was doing other stuff, so I wasn't really like fully paying attention to it. Second time here, Dobby. Good morning. Hey, what's up, Dobby? Good to see you again, man. Johnny Depp is the man. If you think his ex-wife is attractive, look at him. Yeah. Oh, I. Speaking of attractive, young Johnny Depp definitely was a looker. Yeah, young Johnny Depp was definitely quite attractive. Man. Alright, it's getting late over here. I better skedaddle. Anyway, I'm sorry, Dobie. You came in quite late. Sorry, it's a bit late here. We've been yapping for quite a long time now. Do I need to bring up Tom Cruise? Oh jeez. Tom Cruise is has been up and down a lot. Tom Cruise has been up and down a lot. Like he had the whole like Church of Scientology thing with like one of his ex-wives, and like, oh man, it's weird. My favorite movie from him was Transcendence. Oh, Transcendence was good. I thought it was good. Like, I don't know, but like it wasn't like a very exciting movie, but like I like the idea of the movie because it makes me like question like the idea of like if we want to live, if we don't want to die, then like we're like transfer our consciousness into the cloud, like we'll become a computer or whatever, right? Like, and the what that could lead to. Yeah, anyway, I'm heading off, guys. So for those of you lurking, and for those of you who aren't lurking and need any help building your characters' accounts or making a decision which banners to pull for, feel free to join our Discord server. Links are in the description of all my videos, VODs, and streams, and in the pinned message in YouTube chat. If you want my personal opinion, you can ping me over there. My name's Elvis Einstein. Of course, you can ask for other people's opinions too. Thank you guys so much for coming by, hanging out, and being awesome people. Have a good day, good afternoon, good evening, and take care, everybody. Bye, guys.